Hello, everyone. I'm doing good, Tripty. How about you? Yeah, let me get a list going. But Tripty, I already went ahead and shuffled and have the piles sorted, so you can go ahead and ask your question and then pick a pile between 1 and 3. Okay, Tripty, now go ahead and pick a card now between 1 and 28. Hi, Mohini. I'm doing good. Yeah, I can add you as well. Hope you're doing good as well. Hi, Ankita. Okay, Tripty. So, you know what, Tripty? Go ahead and pick one more between 1 and 27. Because this is kind of getting like, this card is usually like a no, but I kind of want to get a little bit insight why, so I can kind of make a little bit more sense of it. It's not like a hard no, but it just kind of leans more towards a no. Okay, you want to pick 22 again. Okay, so for the first card, you have the 5 of Cups, and that one, it seems like it's okay. So you have that one, and then you have the King of Pentacles. So with the King of Pentacles, that one's a lot more of a positive card, and that one usually has to deal with money. So it seems like they may not have the means necessarily to meet you yet, which would be why you're getting a no in the beginning, because it seems like they may kind of beat around the bush and try to meet you, but it may end up not happening right away because they may not have the, financial capabilities to outright yet. And then once they realize that they can't, they're gonna kind of have these like really intense emotions where they're focusing on these missed opportunities of being able to meet you, because they do want to meet you, but it seems like they may not necessarily have the means, like I said, to do it yet. So they will meet you, but you just kind of have to be patient, and then they're going to realize that they need to focus on fixing the situation so that they can meet you, if that makes sense. Okay, but they do want to meet you. He does want to meet you, but he may not meet you right away because he may not have like the financial means to, if that makes sense. Unless they could figure it out and make it work by then, but just know that money may be a kind of like a factor if it doesn't end up happening, if that makes sense. Because they do want to meet you, but it might not happen depending on their like financial situation. Yeah, anytime, Tripty. Thank you for your question. Okay, and the next up is going to be Susan. Let me know if you're here, Susan, and I'm going to finish typing this list really quickly. Hi, Anjali. Okay, Susan, let me shuffle these cards. You can go ahead and ask your question and then pick a pile between 1 and 3. Okay, pile 2. Okay, Susan, now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 24. Anytime, Kevin. And I went ahead and put this in like a 5-minute sub-only mode, so that way you guys kind of have like a more fair chance, because you guys are already subbed compared to like random people like subbing really quick, to get in line. So I'm trying to make it like more fair to you guys, if that makes sense. Okay, Susan, let me ask you this first, and then I'm going to probably have you pick another card to get a little bit more insight. But is this like a past relationship or like a connection that didn't work out? 'Cause that's kind of what this card will kind of lean towards, but I kind of want to make sure before I read it. And I'm going to have you pick one more to kind of understand why you picked this card. Okay, that makes sense. Go ahead and pick one more card between 1 and 23, and then I'll kind of like get into what's going on, because with this first card you picked the 10 of Swords, and that one is kind of like stabbed in the back type of energy, but I kind of want to understand what's going on. Hi, Cynthia. I'm doing pretty good. I hope you're doing good too. Hi, Farheen. I'm doing pretty good. How about you? Okay, number 16. Okay, interesting. All right. Okay, so for the first card, like I said, you have the 10 of Swords, and then you have the Strength card. So, as far as the beginning, like I said, this kind of card is usually like it's not necessarily a negative card, but it's more of like an emotional filled card, like an emotion filled card, if that makes sense. Because this kind of card usually represents, like I said, like kind of like stabbed in the back, overall kind of like betrayal type of energy, overall just feeling like really hurt. So, but then you have the Strength card here, which means they have like the strength to persevere and kind of like get over it, and not even get over it, but kind of learn from it and just use that strength to not really let it get to them as much. So when it comes to what you're asking me, they definitely do still think about you, but as far as how they feel towards you, whatever happened between you guys is still kind of like they still have these emotions towards it, if that makes sense. Like it impacts how they see you, but they definitely still think about you, if that makes sense. but they also have this confidence that they could get through whatever happened between you guys and kind of push through and persevere, like I said. Because this is like a very encouraging card now that you pulled this strength card right after. So it's kind of better that you pulled that card after. Because if you would have pulled like 2 negative cards, it would have been really negative, if that makes sense. But it just seems like they're kind of still held up on their feelings overall. But overall, it seems like they're also going through this period of time where they're kind of like being a little bit more compassionate and being a little bit more mindful and thinking a lot calmer about what happened between the two of you guys. So, and it also seems like they may be open to kind of confronting and tackling the issues that you guys faced. So if this is something that, you want to kind of like rekindle or just overall fix in a way, if that makes sense, don't be afraid to kind of admit where you guys are both at fault and stuff like that, okay? But like I said, just also keep in mind that they do have some emotions still about what happened between the two of you. Yeah, anytime, Susan. I wish you the best of luck with that. Okay, and then next up is going to be Dipty. I'm going to update the list right now. Okay, Dipty. Let me shuffle really quick, Dipty. But go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3 while I shuffle. Okay, 1. Okay, Dipty, now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 22. Okay, Dipty, so nice. You have the Temperance card. And this card, it's not necessarily a no. It leans more towards a yes. It's like a very positive card, but it pretty much is like a very reassuring card, and it just overall lets you know, like, as long as you can keep your eye on the prize and make sure you're doing your part to like establish that connection, nurture it, just take care of it and do what you have to do on your part, but also make sure it's equally, you're getting equal treatment on both sides. But it's all about like temperance. Like, think about it as being like calm and steady but patient at the same time, because if you rush and take risks when it comes to connections, you may not understand them or fully get to know them as best as you should, and it may not or it may not end with the best outcomes, and it could lead to like mistakes and stuff like that. So this is just kind of telling you that if you're ready to take action, you're more than capable, but also proceed cautiously, and not in a bad way, but just kind of take things slow to make sure you're getting to know them so that you don't skip over anything important and kind of not ruin the connection, but make sure this connection just takes its time and let it run its course, if that makes sense. So that way it says what's the best way to say it, like it's as genuine as possible, okay? And then overall just make sure you remain confident in it, because it's definitely like this is like a very high possibility card, but you need to make sure you're doing your part, if that makes sense. Okay, thank you, Dipty. Anytime. I hope you have a good day. Okay, and then next up is going to be Gurpreet. Hi, hello. Okay, Gurpreet. Okay, Gurpreet, let me finish shuffling one more time really quick, and then you can go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3 right away. And yeah, hello, I can add you to the list. Okay, and then Gurpreet, I'll go ahead and roll some astrology dice too to kind of get an idea of what your partner is going to be like, and as far as if they're going to want children too, because that'll kind of help. Let me update the list on the screen really quick. Okay, so pile 2. Okay, Gurpreet, now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 24. And I'm going to roll some dice while I wait for you to pick. Thank you, Mina. Yeah, we're doing pretty good. Hi, Yogi. Yeah, you can be added. Okay. Alright, Gurpreet, go ahead and pick one more card between 1 and 23. Just because this first card you picked is the Hanged Man, and that one is all about, like, stagnant. And so, like, that can mean a couple of things. Like, you've been kind of going through this stagnant period of time right now where you haven't really had any relationships or, like, potential future long terms. But it could also mean that you may be going through a little bit more stagnance before you do get there, if that makes sense. So I kind of want to get another card because this one's not going to tell me that much. Okay, nice, nice. Okay. Okay. So starting with that first card, how I told you, you have the Hangman. That one, like I said, is a lot. It has to do a lot about like just think about it, like the Hangman, kind of like not necessarily being stuck, but things may just be going a little bit slow right now, especially when it comes to that aspect of your life. But it's also like this is kind of like a sign of letting you know that, love especially, you can't really rush it. It's all about, new perspectives and waiting for the right time, but also making sacrifices. So don't try to force or pressure any relationships to happen. Use this time to kind of see how your perspectives change when you're alone, if that makes sense. Like how you're in a relationship, not like you change necessarily, but there may be certain things you do a little bit differently because now you're in a relationship. You can't necessarily do the same things. So this is kind of telling you timing may be a little bit of an issue, not in a bad way, but it's kind of just telling you to reevaluate the way you are when you're not in a relationship. You know, make sure you're trying to figure out pretty much how you can keep doing what you're doing when you're single while you're in a relationship, and finding that new perspective, if that makes sense. Because then with this next, it seems like once you can kind of get an idea of what I'm talking about and get your hands just wrapped right when it comes to making sure you're not changing too much when it comes to relationships, then your relationship life is definitely going to like pick up as far as when it comes to like, you know, your future married life and overall having kids in general. Because with this next card, you have the Knight of Wands, and this card is all about overall just finally finding someone that's like, you know, just so not like living life on the edge, but just full of so much energy and overall like fearless. Like they may be impulsive, they're going to be very passionate and just charming overall, but they can be kind of like taking action too quickly, like, you know, very impulsive type of energy, if that makes sense. And it also seems like this person, you may need to prove yourself a little bit, because they may have a little bit of a hard time settling down, but don't take it too seriously. It's more like they've been through some stuff in their past, so they're not that good at settling down. Or they're not really like, they're just kind of scared to. Not that they're not good, but they're just kind of scared to. So it's kind of like your future married life. It seems like you need to kind of convince this person that you're the one for them first, because they're capable of doing it, but they need to see that you're kind of like equally capable and willing to do the same. Because it seems like this person is the next person you find when it comes to this is going to have gone through some stuff that's kind of going to slow them down or take things slow. Not that they don't want to be married, but you kind of need to prove yourself to them, if that makes sense. Because then with these astrology dice that I rolled, you have the first house, the planet Mercury, and then you have Capricorn energy. So starting with like let's start with the planet. So with the planet we have Mercury, and that's all about like them being very much like think about it as kind of like being much of like a thinker. Like they're going to always be in their head, but they're also one to communicate with you. So they're definitely going to talk to you about overall like how they feel, what they've been through type of thing. So you'll definitely know where they stand. You're going to have an idea from the start. So don't like, you know, don't let that deter you at all. And then also they're going to be very like intelligent overall. And like I said, they're going to be very like lively, like how I told you. They're going to be someone that kind of just is very like has a lot of vitality, if that makes sense. Like they like to do a lot. Like they're one to just kind of like act on anything, but they could be a little bit impulsive, if that makes sense too. And then this card has to, or that planet has to do with like also kids. So you can expect this person to definitely want kids, but you may, like I said, you got to show them where you stand too. Love, marriage, like you know him, like when you say you know him, like it's a connection you have right now, or is it an aspiring connection, or is it somebody you have an idea when you say it like that? Hi, Schlock. Yeah, you can be at it as well. Like pretty much what I'm saying, before you get to like the love and marriage part, you may need to prove yourself to them first, because they do want that, especially with what these dice are saying. But like I said, especially because I rolled the dice and you got the first house too, and that's all about making sure you take care of yourself and your personal life too before you get too serious in that aspect, if that makes sense. Like how I told you in the beginning, like, you know, make sure you're not changing yourself too much just to make this relationship work. It kind of asks you to reevaluate it and make sure you're approaching life and your view to the world the same as you would if you were single. And then with the last dice, you have like the Capricorn energy. And this is all about they're going to be very like, you know, strategic, hardworking, just disciplined, responsible, very persistent. But also, like I said, they may be a little like, not kind of like controlling, but they may like to do things or try to be a little bit, they're like very fearless. So don't be surprised if they like to do things that are a little, you know, not a little crazy, but you know, some things that you may not find yourself doing, if that makes sense. But it just seems like they're one to kind of like live life on the edge a little bit. So just make sure you take care of yourself first. And, you know, like I said, you're not changing who you are for whoever it is that you're with. And as long as you can do that, there's a lot of good potential here. And then as far as like the amount of kids, I'm for sure at least seeing one, with the possibility of you convincing them and seeing how that goes to show them that you're really there for the long run, and there could be more. But I'm for sure at least seeing one. So I wish you the best of luck, okay? Yeah, and that's good. Don't change. You never want to change for somebody, because then you lose sense of who you really are as a person. I wish you the best of luck, okay? And thank you for your question. Anytime, Gurpreet. Okay, and thank you, Mina, for putting your question and picking a pile. Let me shuffle really quick. And I'm going to update the list really quick, too. Okay, Mina, now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 28. Okay, nice. So it seems like the card you picked is the Knight of Pentacles. So let me read your question really quickly. Okay. Okay, so as far as the first... Okay, so when it comes to this card, this is overall kind of like usually like the outright, the first thing that I get even when I get this card is always like kind of like a welcome sign that there's capability of commitment and like stability and security. But it also kind of lets you know that in order for this to happen, you kind of have to be a little bit courteous and diligent to the fact that this person is like loyal but very stubborn, if that makes sense. Because there's a lot of like steadiness, reliability, and overall patience, which means, you know, you have to let this kind of take its time, if that makes sense. So it's not over for them, but they're also very practical about it. So especially if you're saying as far as there's a third party situation, that kind of makes sense why you picked this card, because like I said, this is all about loyalty but being stubborn. So it seems like you need to handle, or that third party situation needs to kind of run its course or come to an end before it finally, you know, turns into something with you. Hi, Olga. Yeah, I can add you. But this is also letting you know that as long as you can be patient, they're very like, when it comes to with you, they can change the way they are, but you also need to kind of proceed with caution, because if there's a third party situation, it's kind of letting you know, not to say it could happen again, but kind of it kind of lets you know to keep your eyes open and see if it will, not see if it will happen again, but kind of keep that in your mind that if it happened with you, it could happen again, if that makes sense. Yeah, there's definitely a future here. Because this card always points to commitment and stability. So it seems like you may be their breath of fresh air, if that makes sense. Hi, Alicia. Yeah, I can add you as well. So this is all up to you. They're not done with it, but it seems like they're still trying to figure out that third party situation before they could figure out anything with you, if that makes sense. Because they're not, it doesn't seem like they're the type of person to give you their all, because they haven't even finished. It seems like they're half with you but half with the other person, if that makes sense. So it's up to you what you want to do with it, but they do see a future with you, but they need to sort out what they're doing right now first. Okay, see, and that makes sense. Because I can see that they're not fully there with who they're with. That's why I'm saying they're half with you and half with them. And especially if it's a complicated situation like that, you know, it may be a little bit harder for them to really get out of it, if that makes sense. But let me see. Let me pull one more card to see if you should move on or not. You had picked from pile 3. Okay, let's pick one more. Okay, pick one more card between 1 and 27. So we could kind of get an idea or some guidance if you should move on or not. Okay, so with this next card, you have the 5 of Swords. Yeah, of course, you don't want your kids to suffer. It's always a little bit harder and a more of a tricky situation when you have kids involved, too. Because then, you know, whatever you go through, they have to go through, too. Okay, so typically this 5 of Swords leans towards a no. But when it comes to relationship, it also, like, it kind of just, like, the best way to say is it represents, like, a bad omen, if that makes sense. And it also typically means, like, you know, you're feeling kind of, like, stress and anxiety over the situation and defeated. So as far as if you should move on, I would more or less say kind of, like, tread lightly, if that makes sense. Because, like you already said, you have kids, and that definitely matters, because you don't want to put them through anything unnecessary either. Because it seems like, you know, you may be kind of walking away with this sense of, like, you know, a sadness or a loss, if that makes sense. But also, this is kind of letting you know, too, that the whole situation that you would be putting and dealing with them, if you decide to, you know, try to make this work or turn it into anything, it may kind of, you know, make things a little tension filled, if that makes sense. So this is all up to you, like, exactly. And I see if you're saying it feels very heavy, then you should probably just move on from it. Because honestly, with this second card, it's kind of telling you that if you try to put in a fight, there's going to be a lot of, like, anxious and demanding feelings in the air. It's going to make it very uneasy. There's going to be some type of arguments, and not the type of arguments that you think, but just more like, you know, obligation related arguments, you know. Because you know how when it's arranged, it's not that easy necessarily to just get out of. You know, it's always like that could be one of the main reasons what the argument is about. Well, you know, it's arranged. It's not that easy to just get out of it. So this is kind of leaning more towards, like, trying to move on, if that makes sense. Because you don't want to, like I said, especially if you have kids involved, you don't want to put them through anything unnecessary, you know. So this is all about just thinking carefully before you act. Yeah, I know. It definitely sounds like it's pretty tough. Yeah, anytime, Mina. I wish you the best of luck, and I'll keep you in my prayers, okay? And hi, Brown. Yeah, I can add you. Yeah, anytime, Mina. Okay, and the next up is going to be Melody. And I'm going to go ahead and you too, Mina. Thank you for your question. Let me update the list while I wait for Melody. Okay, Melody, go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Okay, Melody, now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 27. Hi, FA. Yeah, I can add you to the list. Okay, Melody. Melody, let me ask you this before I read this card. Is between you and Stefan, are you guys in contact right now, or are you guys not in contact at the moment? You picked the 2 of Wands too, but it can kind of mean like 2 things. That's why I'm asking. Okay, no contact. Okay, that kind of makes more sense then, honestly. Because this card is all about moving forward in progression and kind of like baby steps, first steps, kind of like taking risks, plannings. So that kind of makes sense that you say that. That's why I wanted to ask, because it could easily be misconstrued if that makes sense, depending if you guys are in contact or not. So when it comes to relationships, this is all about, like I said, making those first steps, which is like overall making like, setting romantic goals, kind of like planning the future together and making plans when it comes to love in general. So this seems like right now they're kind of in the process of considering some changes and making some plans to do so. So I don't know why I'm getting that, but take that for however it is between the 2 of you guys. And it seems like right now, just so you know, if there's some type of adjustments that need to be made, now's the time to make them. I don't know why I'm getting that, but it seems like they're considering taking this commitment to the next level, and it suggests like a lot of potential and promise, but it seems like there may be some adjustments that need to be made. So as long as you can put in the work and kind of see what these adjustments are and fix whatever it is that's kind of like blocking this connection from happening, then that's when this connection will really flourish, if that makes sense. So it seems like overall there needs to be some type of communication so that you guys can mutually create a path together. So you guys are hearing each other out, seeing eye to eye, and creating a future that you guys both want. Because if you guys can do that, the decisions you make and the communication you guys have are only going to push you guys together closer. Plus, it's always better to, start relationships with as much communication as possible. Just so you guys know that you guys are both capable of it and there's no issues later, if that makes sense. But it seems like right now they're considering taking things to the next step overall, but they also feel like there's some adjustments that need to be made first. If that's a possibility for you, or if you feel the same way. Hi, Thakur. Okay, see, and that makes sense. If you're saying that they've been quiet, like I said, that means even more that they're thinking about these adjustments that need to be made, and they're probably not the one to sit here and it's kind of like, think of it in a way where they don't want to tell you how to act either, if that makes sense. So kind of like just think about it, not to say you're doing anything wrong, but maybe try to get an idea if there's anything that you've done that's bugged them or anything like that, or if there's something that they saw that they didn't like, and then maybe try to come into communication with them. But I wish you the best of luck, okay? They definitely look like they're ready to start making some moves, though. Okay, and the next up is going to be Kevin. Okay, I'm going to wait a little bit longer, like 15 to 30 more seconds to see if Kevin is still here. Hi, Suhu. I can add you as well. Okay, let me ask right away. Mohini, are you still here? Okay, Mohini, go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Hi, Adam. I can add you to the list as well. Okay, Mohini, now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 23. Okay, interesting. So you have the 6 of Pentacles here. I don't really get this card, or people don't usually pick this card that often. But this is a very positive card, and it kind of lets you know that right now, it seems like their next action towards you is going to be like a lot of just overall being supportive, generous, and like think like giving and receiving type of energy, if that makes sense. So if there's anything that you've been talking about just overall when it comes to, or if like, if this is an aspiring connection that you kind of want to take the next, to kind of like go to the next level, take the next steps, you can definitely expect that from them. But they're also the type of person that they kind of want to show, they want to be shown, like, reciprocated the same type of energy and the same type of just overall energy, feelings, communication that they want. Yeah, pretty much like giving equal. That seems like that's what they're looking for. So when it comes to the next steps, this is kind of just letting you know that communication is definitely coming soon, and they're gonna kind of like, they may not be out front with it, but they definitely want you guys to be equal with one another. So kind of take that as a heads up. So just so you kind of know what you need to do or what you should do if this is something you want to go towards that way or take the next level, you know? Because they're one that have like they have like a lot of goals, it seems like, and not that they're silly or anything, but they may kind of feel like they're not really easily supported or kind of scared to really chat about it. So just kind of be open to what they have to say and show them that you're there for them no matter what, because they may take things a little bit slower than a typical relationship. But as long as you can let them know that you're willing to give, you know, equally as much as they are, they're going to see the balance you guys have, because this is a very balanced type of energy. But they need that balance, if that makes sense. Because if you can do that, this relationship is going to thrive. Okay. Yeah, see, and that makes sense because it seems like they may not have been offered a lot of support in the past. And, you know, when people typically don't have a lot of support on their side, they tend to kind of keep things to themselves and not really talk about things as much. So, you know, they may need help communicating. So just kind of help them break their shell and let them know that you're not like everybody else, if that makes sense. You know, that they could trust you, they could rely on you. And like I said, just show them there's a balance here, because it seems like they may not have had that in the past, and that's why they're more quiet than they are communicative. But they seem like they're craving that balance. So just kind of keep that in mind, and if this is something you know, like I said, to take to the next level, just, you know, exactly. So just kind of keep that in mind. And as long as you can show them who you really are, they're going to feel it. So just do what you have to do if you want this to really happen. Hi, DT. Hi, Kevin. Yeah, Kevin, are you still here? We had just went over you right now. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying, Mohini. So just kind of take things slow with them, because like I said, you know, especially when people keep to themselves, they usually do it for a reason, because they haven't had anybody or even had that one person where they could really trust and allow themselves to really open up to, and that's why they're craving that balance. So just show them, okay? Because if you could show them that's who you are, they're gonna open up to you, but it may take a little bit of time. And I wish you the best of luck, okay? Okay. Yeah, Kevin, we could take you really quick because I didn't get too far from where you were since you were just the last person. So go ahead and post your question and then pick a pile between 1 and 3. Yeah, I wish you the best of luck, okay, Mohini? Just remember to be a little patient with them. Well, obviously, if that's something you want, if you want, you know, a relationship or connection with them, just remember to be a little bit patient. Okay, you said pile 3. Okay, Kevin, go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 31. Okay, Mohini, that's good. I wish you the best of luck, okay? And just remember, success doesn't happen overnight, so you being patient is a good thing. Okay, 27. Okay, interesting. Interesting. All right, so it seems like, okay, so I can see how difficult this has been for you with this card that you picked. You have the Nine of Swords here, and this is all about kind of like, things that are kind of just, it seems like these, you may kind of be looking at your situation as kind of like you may be having some dark thoughts or just disturbing feelings, and overall just a lot going on in your head that's been kind of weighing you down, and it may even be like keeping you up at night. So I can kind of see how difficult this has been for you right now. And not in a bad way, but it just seems like this has been giving you a lot of like anxiety, and kind of you've been kind of, it seems like you may even be like isolating a little bit because of these feelings that you have. And this is kind of just telling you that these fears and even like any type of struggles you feel from needing to control this addiction that you have isn't like, it's like they're not as terrible as they think that they are, that you think that they are in your head. Is, and it seems like this is kind of telling you too, you kind of need to trust the way you're feeling and kind of question why you're feeling like that to begin with. Like, is it something deeper? Is there something deeper that's making you feel like this? It could be a lot of stuff. It could be maybe you've encountered some experiences in the past where you find being intimate with men has been more reliable than what you're looking for, if that makes sense. And it's kind of just asking you to find out why you're feeling the way you're feeling, what's causing you to feel the way you feel. Because this is, like I said, these feelings, they're rational feelings. Like, don't feel like they're not. But it just seems like there may be something underneath it all that's causing you to be addicted in the first place. And this is telling you, you may be avoiding looking at the problem from the underneath aspect. And that's the only way you can face it head on. Like, it's kind of telling you to open your eyes. See, and it's like you feel like that for a reason. That's what I'm trying to say. So it's not necessarily like this isn't telling you to deter from that. It's kind of asking you to look deeper within and understand and kind of get an idea of why you feel like that to begin with. Because there's nothing wrong with feeling like that. There's not. But it seems like this whole situation is giving you like a lot of anxiety and stuff, when in reality you have rational feelings, so you shouldn't be feeling the way you're feeling, even though obviously it could cause a lot of unsureness too, you know what I mean? But don't look at it in a bad way. This isn't a bad way. Like, you feel the way you feel for a reason. But if you don't want to feel like that, that's when this card is kind of telling you. But even then, if you do or don't want to feel like that, this card is asking you to look deeper within and find the reason why you feel the way you do. Is it because of past experiences with, other people? Is it because of something you've gone through? Is it because that's just how you genuinely feel? Like, it's telling you to trust yourself, but also kind of dig deeper within and figure out what it is that's making you feel the way you feel. Because you have rational feelings. Don't sit here and think like this is wrong, what's wrong is wrong, what's right is right. Like, there is none of that. You feel the way you do for a reason, and that shouldn't be just thrown over your head because it may not be shined highly upon, if that makes sense. Because if you're saying it feels safer, you feel like that for a reason. Don't deter away from that. Like, worry about making yourself happy. Who cares what other people think, if that makes sense? And that's what this is kind of telling you to. You should have an understanding of why you feel the way you do, but sometimes the heart wants what the heart wants too, and that's okay. But this isn't exactly telling you to move on. This is kind of just asking you to figure out what's going on beneath it all, to help you understand why you feel the way you do, and then only that will help you understand if you should move on or not. But like I said, just so you know, you're thinking rationally, okay? Don't think you're not. Hi, Cutie. Yeah, I can add you to the list as well. Yeah, I'm glad it makes sense, Kevin. Like I said, this isn't telling you to move on. This is just asking you to look deeper within and kind of do what makes you happy and stop letting all these feelings and thoughts about it kind of like keep you up at night overall. If like that's what this main energy is giving me. And just like stop letting it fill your head with all these negative thoughts because like I said, you're thinking rationally, okay? And what the heart wants. All right. I wish you the best of luck. Remember, do what makes you happy. You know, who cares what other people think? You don't want to live your life like that. Yeah, anytime, Kevin. Okay, and then next up is going to be Ankita. Okay, so I'm going to wait about 15 to 30 more seconds to see if Ankita is still here. If not, Anjali or Rupali, let me know if you guys are here right away just so you guys can either be ready for your turn or be ready to be up if Ankita is not here. Okay, Anjali, we can go ahead and just move on with you, and if Ankita comes back, we'll just squeeze them back in depending on when they pop in. So, Anjali, go ahead and ask your question and then pick a pile between 1 and 3. Okay. And then go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Okay. And then pick a card between 1 and 28. Hi, Robia. Yeah, Robbie, I can add you to the list. I'll update the list after I'm done helping Anjali. And then right away, Rupali, let me know if you're still here so that way I know if you're going to be ready next or if I should move forward with the list. Okay, Anjali, so it seems like the card you picked is the Chariot card. And anytime this card comes up, this is pretty much letting you know this is a yes. First of all, this is a yes to your question. But it's also kind of letting you know that you may need to make sure that you maintain being determined, setting the right direction, and remaining in control and also having willpower when it comes to this. And that's the only way this is going to be a successful connection, if that makes sense. Because, you know, with positive connotation, this journey between the two of you can progress in a very positive direction. So it's kind of like, make sure you guys communicate efficiently and effectively from the start. Let them know where you may kind of be feeling a little bit on the rocks about the whole situation. And as long as you can do that and make sure you guys are seeing eye to eye, and you guys are, you know, on the same wavelength, you know, making sure you guys just equally understand one another is going to progress in the direction that you're hoping for. Like, so try not to think things are going to go badly, otherwise they will go badly, if that makes sense. Because this card is all about overcoming conflicts and overall moving forward in a positive direction. So as long as you guys can, like I said, communicate and put in the, not necessarily like to say there's going to need work, but if they've been through some stuff, there may need to be a little bit of work on their side to kind of trust and understand that you're not like other people. Yeah, because there's a lot of, this relationship has like a lot of potential, and the commitment is going to be victorious, but kind of look at it as a journey, okay? And there may be some overcoming of obstacles, not in a bad way, but if they've been through some stuff, and if it seems like they've been through some stuff more than you, not to say you haven't, but just kind of, you need to show them that you're not like the other people, if that makes sense. And as long as you can remain confident and driven, like remain with the confidence you have, and you can show them the drive you have and remain driven, this is going to go nowhere but up, if that makes sense. So just take control of your love life, communicate effectively and efficiently, let them know how you feel from the start, so that way there could be some reassurance, because I could see that happening. And as long as you can, like I said, as long as you can remain confident and you guys can move forward toward your goals together, because that's what they want to do too, there's going to be a lot of successful energy and potential from this relationship. So just steer with determination, okay? And trust, and try to be a little trusting with them. Show them that you're not like the rest, if that makes sense, all right? Okay, see, and that's good. Just make sure you guys are, like I said, seeing eye to eye from the start. Because this card is all about moving forward and like sudden progression. But also very high commitment, okay? So I wish you the best of luck, and like I said, just to make sure you stay determined, confident, and driven, okay? And like I said, if I haven't already, I wish you the best of luck, alright? This seems like a very high potential relationship. Yeah, see, and that's good, especially if they're telling you you're different from the rest. Keep showing them that, because it seems like they're trying to move forward. They're definitely trying to move forward with you. So don't try not to be too caught up on what they've been through, and, you know, thinking that they're going to hurt you or anything like that. Because if they're saying that, that's a good sign, all right? Okay, see, and that makes sense. Just try to be reassuring and just let them know, like, don't let the past dictate your future. You know what I mean? And I wish you the best of luck, okay? Just like I said, remain determined and confident, and you're going to have whatever you want, especially when it comes to this connection. And I want to ask one more time, Rupali, if you're here or not. And Ankita or Rupali, let me know if either of you guys are here. Let's wait like 15 more seconds for Rupali. And then if not, Cynthia, then you'll be up next. I think I shuffled, but for some reason I have this urge to shuffle again, so I'm going to shuffle again. All right, Cynthia, I'm going to assume that they're not here, so I'm going to keep the line going. So if you're ready, Cynthia, you can go ahead and ask your question, and then pick a pile between 1 and 3. Yeah, anytime, Anjali. I wish you the best of luck, okay? And feel free to come back this Friday to this weekend when I do another free reading if you want to ask any more questions. Okay, Cynthia, go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 26. Oh, sorry about that, Robia. Let me add you really quickly. You're after Cutie. Okay, there you go, Robia. Sorry about that. It's because I usually copy and paste it, but let me erase everybody else. Okay, that's the right list now. Okay, thank you, Cynthia. Okay, so with the cards you picked the 6 of Swords. Okay, so as far as your question, I'm not, okay, so off the bat, no. No to as far as if there's any other options, but this is also kind of letting you know overall that, it seems like I'm getting you may be like the one for them. Sorry, I'm like adjusting my chair. But it also seems like there may be some type of transition or pre-existing situation, whether it be a relationship or something. It just seems like there's something that they may not have fully let go of yet to give you their full potential. Like they haven't moved on from something yet. And I'm not sure if this is something that they went through. It seems like they may have went through something, but I'm getting this as kind of like something just disturbing and kind of maybe even a little bit painful. Like they got hurt. It seems like they may have gotten hurt. Like there's something there that they haven't exactly, like, you need to close one door for the next one to open type of energy, if that makes sense. Like they haven't closed that door yet. So there's not other people, but it also seems like they may not have closed that door quite yet. Like it seems like there's old wounds they have, and they may still be, yeah, okay, see, that makes sense, because these old wounds they have, it seems like they're starting to get over them, but they're there, that's the thing. But it also seems like with this card, they're finally getting ready to leave them behind, which is a great thing, because like I said, they see a lot of potential with you, but these past feelings that they have are kind of in the way right now. But this is also, this card usually tends to mean though that they're getting ready to let go of them. Like, kind of like they have this desire to leave the past in the past and go towards the future. Not quite sure what it holds, but kind of looking at it as, it's a lot brighter on the other side. So kind of be patient with them a little bit. But like I said, there's definitely not any other people playing a factor into this. The only thing that's playing a factor into this is their feelings from this previous relationship. but they're definitely like pretty close to being fully moved on, and not moved on like they still have feelings for them, but moved on from the pain. Yeah, so like I said, it seems like overall they're starting to get that, things are a lot brighter on the other side. So I can see why they're finally letting go, because it seems like they've been spending a lot of time like nursing those wounds that they had, but they're finally getting sick of doing that. And they're kind of realizing, not everybody is alike, if that makes sense. So let them kind of be a little bit more patient with them. They're definitely looking at this situation as finally leaving their past in the past and not letting it dictate their future, if that makes sense. So just like I said, remain a little bit patient with them, because they want to make sure they give their all. They're not one, it doesn't seem like they're one to rush or jump into something until they could give their all, because honestly it's better like that, because then they're going to kind of hold you to the same standards as a previous person and kind of they're still going to be a little scared because of what's happened to them, but it's a lot better if you be a little patient with it, because it'll help them try not to take out their past experiences on you, if that makes sense. But like I said, they're definitely going through this period of time where they're ready to leave the past in the past. Yeah, exactly. That's the last thing that you would want. So, like I said, I just be a little bit more patient with them. They're definitely starting to move on from it, so that's a good sign. Because sometimes it takes some time to really get past things. And I wish you the best of luck. Okay. Okay, and then next up is going to be Farheen. Let me know if you're still here. Yeah, anytime, Cynthia. Thanks for stopping by. And I hope you have a good rest of your day. So, Farheen, let me know if you're here. Hello, let me know if you're here. Or Yogi, let me know if you're here. Yeah, you take care too, Cynthia. Okay, Yogi, since you responded before them, I'm going to go ahead and get started with you so I can keep the line moving. Go ahead and ask your question and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Okay, Yogi, go ahead and ask your question, and then you can pick a card between 1 and 25. Okay, interesting. So let's just do an overall general then in all aspects. Okay, so it seems like you picked the Knight of Swords. And okay, so when it comes to this card, so right off the bat, I can kind of see how just how smart you are. Like, you're very focused, ambitious overall. You could be assertive at times, but there's nothing wrong with that. It's a good thing. You may sometimes be a little bit of a perfectionist. There's nothing wrong with that either. But you also may be a little impatient, and not in a bad way, but it's kind of like, things just kind of like when it comes to things not happening when you expect them to, if that makes sense. So as far as connections, when it comes to connections or relationships, if you're in one or not, it seems like right now, I'm not sure if you're with one, but I'm not really seeing that you're with one here with this card that you picked. This one just kind of seems like, this is kind of like, because usually when this card pops up, it kind of lets you know that the person that picked this card may have some type of fears when it comes to intimacy, or even just establishing emotional intimacy goes for the same thing too. Just when it comes to establishing a connection, like, it can be a little hard for you to find someone that's okay. See, and that makes sense, because like I was about to say, this can kind of come from somebody that kind of has a difficult time maintaining communication with people. And not even just maintaining communication, but like I said, lack of intimacy, whether it's emotional, physical. And that's not a bad thing, but there definitely needs to be some communication worked on. But when this card pops up, this kind of lets you know that you need to be a little courageous, because you're definitely capable of it, and use that assertive side of you to kind of make some decisions and take some action. So this is kind of letting you know that use that assertiveness you have when it comes to your connections to figure out what's going on, as far as to it being on and off. Is it on your side? Is it their side? Is there miscommunication? Like, kind of like put your foot down and do what you have to do to figure out what's going on beneath it all. Hi, He Too Cold. Yeah, I can add you. And then as far as let's get on to the next part, like your career. So when this has to do with your career, this is like overall letting you know that I can see that you're not one to deter away from things easily. Like, you don't get scared easily, if that makes sense. Especially, just because something pops up, or like an obstacle or anything, like, it's not going to stop you from doing what you want to do, or, kind of like lead you off the path you're on. And this is kind of letting you know you're really capable of anything you want to do, and you're excellent at doing anything you want to do with, immaculate efficiency. And also, there may be some people that are very intimidated by you, but you don't really find this concerning. It's just kind of just letting you know that. But this card is also letting you know, if there's something you really want in your career, now is the time to do everything you have to do to get to it. Because it seems like this is like a lot of make big moves energy. Like I said, as far as like, even when it goes for the relationship aspect and now your career, as long as you can be as determined as you really are and be daring, you're going to find a lot of success. But like I said, you need to tap into that assertive side of you and put your foot down. And that goes for all aspects of your life right now. And when it comes lastly to like your finances, money and stuff like that, it seems like you may be focused on them or kind of thinking about them a little bit right now. And if you are, if there's something kind of like you've been wanting to save up for, or something that you've been wanting to spend on, as long as you stay focused and determined, you're going to be able to meet your goal, okay? So like I said, overall, what's coming towards you, this is just telling you to remain assertive in everything that you're looking for in all aspects of your life. Put your foot down and make sure you're just setting the foundation for the path that you're trying to take on, if that makes sense. And as long as you can do that, you're going to see a lot of success. Hi, Thakur. I'm doing pretty good. Yeah, my daughter's doing pretty good too. I hope you're doing good too. So just be assertive right now and kind of reevaluate everything in your life and put your foot down, so that way things can start going your way if they haven't been already, okay? Because there's a lot of success and potential there, but now's the time to make big moves and put your foot down and make sure you're doing everything behind the scenes to get you everything that you want. So I wish you the best of luck, okay, Yogi? And remember, just be assertive. I can definitely see you're capable of doing it. And not in a bad way. There's nothing wrong with that. And I wish you the best of luck, okay? And thank you for your question. Okay, and then next up is going to be Schlock, if you're still here. Yeah, anytime, Yogi. Okay, so let me ask one more time. Farheen, hello, if you're here before I keep moving through. Schlock, if you're here. And then if not, Olga, Alicia, if you guys are here, go ahead and let me know so we can keep the line moving. I'm going to update the list right now. I'm just going to wait and see if any of them respond first. I'll wait about like 15 to like 30 seconds to give them a chance. Okay. Okay. Thank you for letting me know you're here, FA. Okay. And Schlock and Elise. Okay. Thank you guys for letting me know. So Elise, okay, Schlock. So I already shuffled Schlock. You can go ahead and ask your question and then pick a pile between 1 and 3. And then Elisa, you're most likely going to be up next because I don't think Olga's here anymore. So just make sure you're ready because I'm going to ask one more time to give Olga a chance. But if they're not here, then you'll be up next. And then FA, if Brown isn't here, you should be up next too, okay? Hi, Princess. Okay, so Olga is here. Okay. Yeah, Princess, I can add you. Alright, Schlock. So you're up right now, okay, Schlock? Yeah, if you guys leave the stream and come back in, just forward the stream all the way to the end to make sure you guys are on the current time. Otherwise, when you come back, it may be delayed. Hi, Farheen. Alright, Schlock. Like I said, whenever you're ready, go ahead and ask your question and then pick a pile between 1 and 3. Okay, Schlock, go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 26. And then Farheen, if Brown isn't here, I'll squeeze you back in there because I think I had just missed you when I called to see if you were here. Okay, so Schlock, it seems like you picked the Queen of Wands. And when it comes to this card, this is a pretty good card off the bat, just so you know. This usually represents like a lot of confidence, overall determination, and just passion, and also like optimistic type of energy. Schlock, make sure you forward the stream because I'm not sure if you're hearing me delayed. But I'm going to go ahead and get into your reading. So it's 1 hour, 27 minutes, and 55 seconds is when I'm going to start your reading in case you need to come back to hear it or you miss it. But just make sure if you guys leave and come back into the stream, you forward it. Otherwise, you guys are going to end up missing your turn because it's delayed. Okay, so Schlock, you picked the Queen of Wands, and this is a great type of refreshing type of energy, and this is just kind of letting you know this is the type of person that's not going to change who they are to fit in or to fit other people's desires, and they don't care what other people think of them, but that's not a bad thing. It's a good thing because that just kind of lets you know that they're the type of person, like, just overall very true to themselves, like authentic, if that makes sense. So they're not going to switch up or change who they are just to make other people happy. So when it comes to your question as far as the current feelings and intentions, this is letting you know that they're very open to a relationship with you. And as long as you can be honest with them and frank, it's going to draw you guys together and take it to the next step and even the next level. Because this card represents a lot of sensuality and just kind of like just overall getting to know one each other's character and personality, and that yields a lot of greater intimacy between the two of you guys, as long as you guys can sit there and do that. Because they're the type of person, like I said, they're very true to themselves, but they want to see that you're true to yourself too. They want you, if you are already, to stop worrying about how you appear, like, pretty much who cares how you, like, not who cares, but try not to let it get to you about how you appear, what other people think of you, how they perceive you, and just simply do what they do, and that's enjoy being around people. That's what they want. That's what they're looking for. And as long as you can be courageous and have like this self-possessed type of stance in nature, where, because it seems like that's what they have now, that's like who they are, they're gonna bring and draw people to them, and it seems like you may be drawn to them already and kind of like inspired to do the same by the way they act, if that makes sense. Kind of like they're leading by example and you're taking that example, and they want you not to follow it but to embrace who you are as a person too. So just kind of know that they're ready to take things to the next, they're definitely looking to take things to the next level. And this is like a very refreshing type of energy for the two of you, but they want to make sure that you're also staying true to yourself and that you're capable of being yourself and not changing. Like, don't change to make them happy. Change because you want to be a better version of yourself. Change because maybe you may not have been being the best version that you can be of yourself, if that makes sense. Okay, so just keep that in mind, because they want somebody that's going to be the same as them. Not to say that you're not, but there's always room for improvement, okay? So just keep that in mind, and I wish you the best of luck, because there's a lot of potential for the two of you. Okay, and then next up is going to be Olga. Anytime, Schlock, and I wish you the best of luck again, okay? Okay, Olga, hold on one second. Let me go up to your question really quick. Okay, so first you said pile 3, card 17. And then let me go back up. Hi, Divine Feminine Chronicles. I'm doing good. How about you? I can add you to the list as well. And I'll update the list as soon as I'm done helping Olga. Okay, Olga, let me go back up to your question really quick. Okay, Olga, so off the bat, you have the King of Pentacles, and this is a flat out, just so you know in general, the answer to your question flat out already is a yes. And this is like a very, like, just letting you know that a lot of abundance and worldly success is coming your way, okay? So just remain ambitious about this and keep success in mind, because a lot of stability, because of the patience that you've had and the loyalty you've had, and overall the hard work that you've been putting into just doing what you're doing to even secure this, is definitely working in your favor. So you can expect a very prosperous and just overall safe future, okay? So just keep doing what you're doing and try not to worry too much. As long as you've been doing what you're doing on a positive side, this is going to work out in your favor, because I'm getting a very yes, like a very hard yes. And a lot of like financial security because of it, okay? So just keep thinking positive. Don't second guess it. Like, you know, the universe is going to give you what you're putting out, okay? Yeah, I can definitely sing that, because this is all about kind of like finally getting to sit down and enjoy the abundance that you've been working hard for. So when this happens, you know, spend some time indulging a little bit, because you definitely deserve it, okay? Yeah, anytime. Like I said, just make sure your mindset is just overall aligning with what you're asking for. And remember, indulge a little bit when this happens, okay? Like, there's nothing wrong with celebrating. I could see the hard work that you've put into this. And one more time, I wish you the best of luck, okay? Okay, Elisa. Now I'm going to update the list really quick. Yeah, just keep thinking positive, Olga. Don't think negative, because if you put out negativity, that's all you're going to get, okay? Now's a time where you just want to think nothing but positive. Okay, Elisa, go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3. And thank you, Farheen. I don't think Brown is here anymore. Brown, let me know if you're still here or not. Anytime, Olga. And yeah, love wins. The readings are free in general, love wins, but if you want to skip the line, or if you want a more in-depth reading, that's when you would donate. But you don't have to, just so you know. Okay, Lisa, go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 30. Okay, before I get into your reading, let me update the list on the screen really quick. Okay, so, oh, you know what? I need to add Sajal. Hold on one second. Okay, Sajal. Let me put you in really quick, Sajal. I forgot to put you in. Hi, Mighty Knight. Yeah, I can add you too. Okay, now that's the right list. All right, now let me get back into this reading with you, Alicia. Okay, Lisa. So it seems like the cards you picked the Six of Pentacles. So as far as the first part of your question, here, let me scroll back up because I can't see it anymore. Anytime, Mighty Knight. Okay, so as far as the let's start with the ending, with the yes or no part. If this is a chance you guys can flourish again, I'm definitely seeing a chance. This is usually like a definite yes when it comes to a yes or no aspect of it, because this is all about, like, as long as you have the right mindset when it comes to just achieving what you're looking for with them, it's definitely possible. Okay, thank you, loved ones. I got that. So then you'll be up next after Elisa, okay? So, so like I was saying, Elisa, so I definitely see the potential for it to flourish again, because it seems like there's going to be a lot of giving and receiving. There needs to be a lot of giving and receiving first, because I can still see there is some definite hidden feelings beneath it all, and it seems like, just so you know, there's some willingness on their side to achieve this goal of you guys flourishing. So don't be afraid to communicate with them and kind of take things slow and see where it can go, because like I said, this is all about giving and receiving overall type of energy. And if you can kind of, like, hear them out and also be heard out, like I said, giving and receiving, and show them that you guys can equally reciprocate on all levels, there's going to be a lot of thriving for the both of you. It may kind of take a little bit of time to get back to there, but this is this shows a potential for you guys to overall lead back into love, if that makes sense. Because it seems like there's a lot of kindness and generosity beneath it all. But I can definitely see there's some communication that needs to be made first to make sure you guys are just seeing eye to eye overall. Because if you guys aren't both giving and receiving, this relationship isn't going to go anywhere. So, like I said, there's a lot of chance here for you guys to flourish, but also keep in mind there's a willingness on their side too to achieve that goal together. So don't be afraid to communicate with them, but also take things slow. Don't rush it, okay? Because if you rush things, they don't tend to work out. And also remember to keep this connection balanced, like I said. So don't rush things, and make sure you guys are both hearing each other out. Because like I said, there's a lot of giving and receiving here that needs to be done, and as long as you guys can do that, you're going to create a very balanced and healthy relationship that's going to lead to a lot of love. Hi, Laurel. Yeah, you can be at it as well. So I wish you the best of luck, Elisa. Just, take your time, keep it balanced, hear each other out, and as long as you can do that and, remain optimistic about it, there's a lot of positivity and just potential in store for both of you. Because, like I said, believe it or not, there's some willingness on their side to rekindle this connection. Yeah, anytime. And that's what I'm saying, especially if it's been a while, just kind of, be patient with it. But the fact that there's willingness on their side says a lot. So, don't rush love, because success doesn't happen overnight, okay? Yeah, anytime, Elisa. I wish you the best of luck, okay? And thank you for your question. Okay, and then let me update the list really quick. Love Wins is going to be up right now because they donated, and then I'm going to update the list to reflect everybody's current place in line. Thank you for asking your question, Elisa, and good luck again. Okay, so Love Wins. While I'm updating the list, you can go ahead and ask your question and then pick a pile between 1 and 3. Okay, pile 3. Okay, Love Wins. Now, because of you're doing the in-depth reading, go ahead and pick 5 numbers between 1 and 31. Because I'm pretty much having you pick cards from the pile that you picked, if that makes sense. Hi, Princey Debbie. I can add you to the list. Okay, let me grab all your cards now. Okay, nice. Okay, wow. Okay, nice. There's a lot of good cards here. You got one of the best cards when it comes to relationships. That's first of all. So I'm going to tell you all the cards that you picked, and then I'll get into all of them in the order that I tell you that they are. So with the first card, you have the Temperance card. Then you have the Ten of Cups. Then the King of Swords. Then when I said you have one of the best cards, pretty much the best card when it comes to relationships, you have the Two of Cups. And then you have the Justice card. So starting from the beginning with the Temperance card. So off the bat already, when it comes to like how they're feeling about you, it seems like they may have been prior to you. They kind of been going through this period of time before you where they were working on balance and connecting with themselves and their guides prior to you, just to bring more balance to their life overall. And then now you're coming into their life after all the patience and moderation they were putting into their life. And that's really bringing like this sense of calmness and kind of giving them a clear vision. Like they already were kind of getting an idea of what they want, if that makes sense, but now that you've came into their life, you're really bringing this, just, you're kind of like awarding their patience, if that makes sense. And now you're bringing this sense of they really know where they what they want to do now. They're putting a lot of careful and consideration with this connection, and they're definitely going to be patient when it comes to even just pursuing this connection and taking it to the next step, because they're very considerate and thoughtful of their actions, and especially when it comes to love, they take it seriously. Like they're the kind of one to like kind of question what they're doing, and not in a bad way. It's more like they don't want to mess it up, if that makes sense. So they're like the best way to look at it is like you may find them, well, no, because it seems like they may not tell you that they're feeling like this. It's more like they're feeling like this underneath it all. And it seems like, they're the type of person kind of making sure they don't mess up the relationship. Like when it comes to like their beliefs or their thoughts, like they're kind of sitting there thinking like, am I being too am I being too pushy? Am I being too reserved? Or am I being too giving? It's kind of like that. Like they're working on bringing balance, but they don't want to mess up where this is heading, if that makes sense. And you've really just brought this like harmonious type of energy, and like I said, it feels like they look at you as a reward for them sitting here reflecting on their life and just putting the patience in to even get to this level and to get to this next step. So that's already the start of this. And then with the next card, we have, sorry, the Nine of Cups. And with this card, this is a great card even more, because this is like kind of letting you know, like, after all the patience you've had, this is like you're kind of like their wish come true. And this always brings about a lot of success, and like, success when it comes to like trying to achieve something and bring a lot of contentment and satisfaction, just overall pleasure. So they're very appreciative with where this is heading, and they're appreciative of you coming into their life, because it's all like wish come true type of energy, if that makes sense. So, and this is also kind of like a welcome sign to them, letting them know like don't be scared by this, but you may be the one for them, okay? And they're kind of like ready to get closer with you. So don't be surprised if they're communicating a little bit more, because it seems like they're definitely looking at you a little bit closer than you may be looking at them, if that makes sense. Because they're definitely ready after this period of self-reflection to just start having fun and overall, like, even working on goals together. But they're very drawn to you. Like there's something about you that's making them very drawn to you. And then you have the King of Swords next, and with that card, that one is all about very like authoritative energy, but it's also kind of letting you know that they may be a little strict and disciplined when it comes to like their feelings and their emotions. So they may be the type of person that is more reserved, if that makes sense. Like they may not be very expressive. Like they have emotions, but they can be very restrained, if that makes sense. So try not to take it too personal, but it's like one where they don't necessarily wear their heart on their sleeve. And it can be a little challenging to kind of really know how they're really feeling. But as long as you can communicate with them effectively, they're capable of doing the same. But just, don't take it too personal if they're not very like emotion filled when they respond to you in certain aspects. Because there's emotions there, but they kind of like to keep things cool and controlled, if that makes sense. But like I said, don't let that steer you away. It's just because they don't have high standards, but they just, they've been through some stuff, and like I said, they went through a period of self-reflection, so they know what they're looking for and they know what they want. And they're kind of like past the phase of letting things really get to them. So they try to keep their emotions in check to avoid any acting out or anything like that. Like, I hope that makes sense. it just seems like they're not one to really let things get to them as much as they have in the past. So that's why they're keeping their emotions in check. But then with this next card, how I said this is like the best card you could get when it comes to relationship, you have the Two of Cups. And this one is all about pretty much seeing eye to eye. And it's just this card overall represents like love and unity. So like I said, it seems like after that whole period of self-reflection, this is kind of letting you know that they're looking to start a relationship. Like they're looking to come together, have new beginnings, and just overall create a mutually beneficial relationship where you guys are, thriving together, encouraging one another to do their best, helping each other achieve each other's goals, just overall like cooperation, if that makes sense. So this is kind of like a heads up. Make sure you're aware of their talents, like, like hype each other up type of energy, if that makes sense. Like, if kind of like acknowledge their strengths, give them the courage, and like just overall like let them know you can see what they're good at, and they're going to do the same thing to you. Because they want to build, they want like a connection where you guys build each other up and you guys thrive together while being together. Like they don't want to just sit here and talk about what they're doing and like you comment on it and all that. Like they want to work towards goals together. That's what they're looking for. Like I said, they overall want a mutually beneficial relationship. They don't want like any one-sidedness or anything. And then like lastly, you have the Justice card. And when it comes to this card, this is just overall like to end it with, it's just letting you know that on both sides, for both of you, this is time. This comes a period of time where if you haven't been treated fairly or they haven't been treated fairly, now is a time where justice is finally being served for the both of you. So you can expect a lot of equal treatment on both sides as long as you guys are both putting in the effort equally, because love and romance is coming towards both of you. And it's just kind of like you're going to get a mirror of what you've been putting out in relationships. So you may want to reevaluate, because they already have. Not to say you haven't, but if you just kind of make sure you reflect on your past relationships, like you know what you want and know what needs to make, if there's any adjustments that need to be made, so that way you can mirror what you're looking for, like you want to give what you're looking to get back type of thing, if that makes sense. Because this is all about, like, this card is all about the cause, like, cause and effect, and making sure you're treated fairly, but making sure you're also being treated fairly, okay? Because this is a great card. Like I said, this is all, like, overall with all these cards here, this is all about letting you know that there was a period of self-reflection that's leading to a lot of abundance, but letting you know also that they may not be good at expressing their emotions because of previous situations, but don't let that deter you, because there's a lot of commitment in store for both of you, because your romantic efforts are finally being rewarded. And as long as you guys can treat each other fairly and compromise if there's any, if need be, then this is going to be a very like just overall fulfilling relationship for the both of you, where they want to be treated equally, but also they want to build each other up, okay? Like they want you guys to both build each other up. So just keep all that in mind as you progress with this person, okay? Like I said, don't take it too personal if they're not very expressive with their emotions, because there's a lot of emotions beneath it all. But they, like I said, they're very reserved, okay? But overall, you picked some great cards. Like you picked nothing but positive. There's no bad cards here at all. This is a lot of positivity. Hi, Charlie. I'm doing pretty good. How about you? And yeah, Neharika, I can add you to the list as well. So I wish you the best of luck, loved ones, because this is like some great connection. This is a great connection coming through for the both of you. So just, keep the communication equal and open, and there's no going anywhere but up from here as long as you do that, okay? And remember to give out what you're looking to get in return. That's like one of the main messages here. Yeah, Charlie, I can add you. I'm going to update the list right now. Yeah, anytime, loved ones. And feel free to come back in a few days. I usually have a free reading every Friday if I can fit it in after my daughter's speech. If not, I usually fit it in either Saturday or Sunday. And then like today, I do like a spontaneous reading. I try to do spontaneous readings in the beginning of the week if I can. So feel free to come back. Okay, and then I'm going to shuffle these cards. And then Farheen, let me know if you're here so that we can get started with your reading. And I'm going to update the list really quickly. Hi, Cosmo. Okay, yeah, Cosmo, I'll add you right now. I'm going to update the list on the screen. FA, are you ready? And hi, Ashita. Okay, FA, we're going to go ahead and just move on with you because I don't see Farheen here anymore. So go ahead, FA, and ask your question and then pick a pile between 1 and 3. Okay, thank you for asking. And then pick a pile from 1 and 3. Ashita, I'll add you to the list after I'm done helping FA. Okay, FA, now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 21. Okay, 21. Alright, nice, FA. So it seems like the cards you picked the 3 of Pentacles. And when it comes to this card, this is a great card, especially when it comes to just overall connections, or even just when it comes to one person and another. It's a great card because this card always represents like shared goals and overall like teamwork type of energy. So like pretty much what you can expect from this person and in general is like this is like the best way to put it. So if this is like a connection where you're looking for it to take the next step and go towards like love, this is a great sign. Even if not, that even like I said, this is a great card regardless of the connection, whether it's friendships or relationships. This is all letting you know that teamwork is a main factor in this connection in general. Like you're going to find that the two of you are finding common goals or just even relatability that you guys are building off of together and working together. That's going to deepen, not only deepen the trust that you guys have, but you guys are going to learn a lot about each other, and it's going to help develop plans for the future. So I can kind of see this becoming like in a more of a coming together that establishes a connection that's more than friendship. So kind of be open to that if that's something you're looking for, because it's kind of letting you know that love is capable of coming out of this collaboration between the two of you. Because the more you guys come together and work as a team, you guys are going to see, like, you guys are going to be reminded of the unique talents that you guys both have, and also your weaknesses too, but that's going to create a harmonious balance between the two of you. So don't let that deter you at all. Just, like I said, this is all about pretty much coming together and learning about one another. That helps pretty much build trust while also learning and getting to know one another and making the connection a lot deeper. And also, it's just going to make it very fulfilling, okay? Because this is the type of person that seems like they really want to work together and come together to work and plan things for the future. So that's why I can really see it being more than a friendship. But it may start as a friendship first. But I can see them wanting more than friendship, okay? And also, like, lastly, they have a lot of it seems like they're gonna have a lot of pleasure when it comes to coming together and working together on anything that you guys work on. Because, like I said, it seems like they want more than just a friendship. They definitely want a connection. So don't be afraid to, have faith in it and just be open, be like an open book, because they're definitely gonna like that, okay? And I wish you the best of luck with that. And thank you for your question and for being patient too. Okay, and then the cur, let me know if you're still here. Yeah, this doesn't seem like they're the type of person to play you. It seems more like they want to work together with you. So, don't keep your guard up, but just kind of, keep it up a little bit, but don't let it down, but don't keep it up either, if that makes sense. Because it seems like this is the type of person that really wants to work with you and work as a team. Like, it doesn't seem like they're one to play you, if that makes sense. Just feel out this situation and trust your intuition as it unfolds in front of you. Because you're feeling like that for a reason, but also make sure you're like being realistic too, okay? But I'm not seeing any negative side. This is a very positive card. Yeah, anytime. Okay, I'm going to ask one more time. The Cur, are you here? Suhu, let me know if you're here. Adam, let me know if any of three of you are here, so that way I can get an idea, so I can update the list. So that way everybody else here can see where they really stand in line. Okay, I'm going to keep going down the list, so I'm going to ask one more time. Farheen, let me know if you're here. The Cur, Suhu, Adam, Aditi, Cutie, let me know if any of you are here, so that way I can keep moving down the list. Okay, Aditi, thank you for letting me know you're here. We'll go ahead and move on with you since you responded first, okay? So go ahead and ask your question and then pick a pile between 1 and 3. So let me update the list really quick. I know, Ishida. I was waiting to see who was here first. Anytime. Yeah, just remember to be patient because I'm trying to give everybody a chance. Because if you know, Ishida, if you were to step out and come back, I would try to give you a chance before I just skip over you. So try to look at it like that. Okay, DT, go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 30. Yeah, thanks, Charlie. I try to be. That's why I put my whole chat in subscriber only mode though too. So that way, because there's some people that like to come in here and get what they want and then like do that repeatedly, but then it's not fair to like the loyal people that were already subscribed. So now that I have that, it's like you guys have a fair chance of being in the line before the people that jump in, you know? Okay, so DT, it seems like you picked the Temperance card. So when it comes to this card doesn't really give a timeline. But let me just help you out with, let me see. So this is kind of like letting you know overall that the current feelings I have right now, and as far as with you, this is kind of telling you to now's the time to be more patient and courteous with this energy, because if you're ready to take action, you can do so, but you need to kind of proceed cautiously, because if you rush and risk take, and that's kind of how they're feeling right now, that they don't want to jump the gun, if that makes sense, because if you rush and take a risk and not know the full scope between the two of you, like you guys need to communicate a little bit more, kind of like get to know each other a little bit better. There can be some serious consequences, because you know things can look good from the surface level, but until you guys really get to know each other and understand and just make sure you guys are communicating effectively and equally, that is when you guys will really kind of get an idea of where this connection is going to go. Because I'm not really getting, like, with this Temperance card, this one doesn't really give a time frame. It's just kind of like you need to be patient with it type thing. This isn't something that you rush, if that makes sense. So don't be too focused on the time. Be more focused on putting in the energy and effort to get it to where you want it to be. Yeah, anytime, Charlie. I'm trying to make it fair for you guys so that way the new people that come in aren't just like bombarding it, because then they leave their place and then like you guys are waiting longer than you need to be. So that's why I up the subscriber time to like 5 minutes, so that way you guys have a more fair chance. And so who I had went over you, I can take you in a little bit. And like I said, make sure if you guys leave the stream and come back in, you forward it all the way to the current time. Otherwise, you guys will be like delayed. So DT, like I said, you kind of need to let this, like, just be careful and considerate with it. Like, you need to, this is all about being patient with love and this person in general, because it seems like they're kind of cautious and thoughtful of their actions. They're not just gonna jump the gun, like I said. And they're one to kind of focus on, they're going to really evaluate how they are during this relationship and connection too, okay? Like they're, like I said, they're very thoughtful and considerate of their actions. So they're not going to just rush it. Because there's not a clear-cut time frame of when they're going to contact you. They're going to contact you, but you need to be patient with it. So be patient and don't be afraid to reach out yourself too. Like, don't just rely on them. Because there's definitely like there's potential here. But like I said, you just need to be patient with it. Don't worry about rushing it too quickly. Okay, I wish you the best luck with this, okay? Okay, and then let me see. Cutie, are you here? Robia, He Too Cold, or Princess? Are any of you, how many did I save? Are any of you 4 here? So that way I can update the list. Yeah, anytime, Aditi. Thank you, Divine. Okay, let me ask one more time. Okay. Yeah, so who I can add you, but I'm going to squeeze you in. I can take you after He Too Cold, but next time if you come in too late, I'm going to put you at the end so that way it's not unfair to everybody else. So He Too Cold, you're going to be up right now because the other people aren't responding. And I'm going to update the list right now on the screen. And then He Too Cold, go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Okay, He Too Cold, go ahead now and pick a card between 1 and 32. Okay, Robia, I added you back in, but from now on, if you guys miss, I'm going to start putting you guys at the end of the line because I can't keep squeezing you guys back in if you miss, okay? Because it's not fair to everybody else that's actually waiting. Okay, He Too Cold, so let me see. So it seems like with the cards you picked the 4 of Swords. And when it comes to this card, it just seems like right now, their current feelings towards you, it seems like, not necessarily you. This is, okay, so it seems like right now, they may be trying a little, they may be feeling like they need to try hard to impress you. Because they're right now, it's kind of like they're embarking on this journey to find someone who they really want to be with, but it's also draining them. And if you find them kind of like peeling back a little bit and kind of just like not ignoring you, but kind of talking to you a little bit less, or overall just, you know, taking a step back, it just seems like they're feeling a little drained right now from trying too hard, or they're working on trying hard to get your attention, so they're kind of taking baby steps while also keeping their self-care in mind. So like, but also this could also be because they're an introvert, so don't take it too personal. And I'm also getting they kind of need a little bit of personal time, so you should definitely message them soon, but not too soon, if that makes sense. Because it seems like they're very excited with the potential between the two of you, and then like just seeing this spark in their love life in general. But it's also kind of exhausting them, because if they feel like they have to try really hard to impress you and get your attention, if that makes sense. So like, you know, reach out to them, like, don't be too soon, but don't take too long, if that makes sense. Because it seems like they're kind of taking it a little easy too. But like I said, it seems like with you, they're definitely seeing like some potential. So let them know where you stand too when you do reach out to them, okay? But don't be too pushy either, okay? Yeah, I wish you the best of luck, okay? Because they're definitely trying to impress you, and it's kind of wearing them down a little bit. Yeah, see, that's good. And I could see that, especially if it seems like they're working hard to really impress you. Like, that says a lot about them. Because you don't just work hard to impress somebody, you know what I mean? Like, it takes a lot for somebody to even go out of their way to do that. Some people just usually take it as it is and take it one step at a time, but it seems like they're literally feeling exhausted from putting all this extra energy into making this connection work. So like I said, definitely reach out to her, but, you know, don't be too soon, but don't take too long, okay? And I wish you the best of luck. Well, honestly, as far as how long, let me see, the Four of Swords. Anytime it's okay, so with this card, it usually is kind of like leaning towards within the week, but it's also letting you know, like, if it's kind of like judge it how it is between the two of you. If they've been kind of taking a step back or not communicating as much, you know, wait a little bit. But if they have been talking to you, then maybe it should be sooner. Like, that's what I mean. Like, you know, judge it on the depending on the communication you guys have right now. Like, how often do you guys talk, type thing, you know? Like I said, don't be too pushy about it, if that makes sense. Because it's definitely, you're gonna give them some reassurance, but you also don't want to look too like not pushy, but not desperate either, if that makes sense. Because this connection isn't going anywhere, but they could definitely use the reassurance. Hi, BS7 status. Okay, see, and that makes sense, because it's like I told you too. Right now, they're kind of going through this time where they're feeling exhausted from putting this energy in. So just kind of give them a little bit of time. See if, like, you know, give it a couple days. If they don't respond to you, kind of just check on them, see how they're doing, and then go from there, okay? Okay, sorry about that, Charlie. I hope you can stop by next time when I do a free reading again. And if not, you can always email me when I do free readings on this day. Charlie, if you want to email me at justaskjasmintarot@gmail.com, I can do a reading through there too, okay? Okay, I wish you the best of luck, you two cool. Okay. And then next up is going to be Suhu. So let me update the list. Okay, Suhu, go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Okay, now pick a card between 1 and 22. Okay, so it seems like you picked the Judgment card. And when this card comes... So first, the answer to if they miss you is a yes. And as far as how they're feeling, this card is all about like kind of like realizing it's time for a change, you know, transformation, overall like redemption type of energy. So they definitely, it seems like they're paying attention and taking note of the mistakes they've made, and they're kind of it seems like they're being a little hard on themselves for whatever it was that happened, if that makes sense. So as far as to how they're feeling about you right now, they're kind of having like this awakening about what they did, and also kind of they're feeling like now is a time for renewal between the two of you, because they're, like I said, they're realizing what they did. They're going through like this reflection and kind of having an understanding of what happened, and they're realizing that there's some adjustments that need to be made. After they took like this closer look at what happened between the two of you, they figured out what needs to be changed, and they're ready to pretty much acknowledge what's gone on, and they're ready to pretty much come into communication with you and make sure that they're finally hearing your needs out, and they're ready to make small changes between the two of you, because their actions already caught up to them, and that's why they went through that period of self-reflection, and they realized that the mistakes they made in the past, it's already done, but now it's time for them to learn from those lessons and to make changes for the future. So that's all I can really give you off of this card, but just know that they've definitely taken note of the situation and everything that's happened, and they're ready to make some adjustments, okay? Yeah, that's what this card is. This card is all about like judgment. Like they've come to judge what they've done, if that makes sense. And they're ready to pretty much renew and redeem themselves, okay? So just be open to communicating with them, and make sure they express that these feelings that they have underneath it all. Like they need to acknowledge it and bring it to light, okay? And make sure you guys are seeing eye to eye so you guys can progress in positivity, okay? If you guys are both moved on, then this is up to you if this is something you want to do, but they've definitely learned from the mistakes that this connection had. And they're ready to like live and learn type thing. Like it's whatever happened between the two of you already happened. You can't change it, but they're ready to learn from it and to make adjustments, okay? And it's up to you if this is something you want to pursue. But it seems like they, like I said, from the cards you picked, they've learned from what's happened and they're ready to make adjustments. But if they've moved on already, then you may have to just wait until that runs its course. Because if that's the case, they may be living and learning from what's happened between the two of you. But I do see a potential for you guys to rekindle things as long as you guys can communicate openly with one another. But make sure the third party situation gets taken care of first. Otherwise, it's going to be an issue for both of you, okay? Yeah, just be patient, because if you are saying that too, then this judgment card could mean they're reflecting on what their current situation is like too. Hi, Alicia. I'm not seeing anybody else who, I'm just seeing that that they're learning from mistakes that they've made. That's all I'm getting from the card that I pulled. Yeah, Nids, I can add you to the list too. They're good, Suhu. Like I said, they're learning from their mistakes. That's a good thing. That's not a bad thing, okay? But you have to be in communication with them to progress. It's not going to go anywhere if there's no communication. And then next up is going to be Robia, if you're ready. Yeah, Suhu, just make sure you guys figure out if you guys have both moved on. Just let it take its course, but it seems like they're ready to make adjustments if that's something you're looking for, okay? Anytime, Suhu. Thank you again. Okay, Rabia, go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3. I already shuffled. And it's okay, Cutie. Okay, Suhu, I wish you the best of luck. Okay, Rabia, go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 27. And yeah, Cutie, my list is still open. Yeah, I wish you the best of luck, okay, Suhu? And anytime. Thank you for your question. Okay, so right off the bat, this is like, you picked the star card, and this is a big yes. That's right off the bat. And this is like overall letting you know, whenever anybody asks any type of question and this card gets picked or pulled, this is like let you know that any situation presented to this card is letting you know is going to be successful in whatever you're looking for. As far as what you're looking for, whether it be an answer or an outcome, that's like overall the main message this card gives. As far as when, this card doesn't give you a clear cut like time frame. This is kind of just letting you know, as long as you can be hopeful, and like you need to just be hopeful and faithful, and just kind of have the sense that the universe is working in your favor. because things are going to come to you when they're supposed to. It's not about, sometimes it's not all about knowing when the time is, if that makes sense. And that's what this card is kind of letting you know. Because this is kind of like pushing for you to have more hope and just feel inspired by it, and overall just have faith in the situation in general. Because the universe is going to give you what you need when you need it. So try not to think too much about the time. And just make sure you're appreciating what you do have too, okay? Well, this is a very positive card. So whatever you're looking for from this interaction and contact, you're going to get it. But you just need to be patient and mindful, okay? Okay. And I wish you the best of luck, but this is a great card to pull. Because it just overall lets you know the universe is working in your favor, but you can't rush certain things, if that makes sense. Yeah, anytime. Okay, Princess, go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Okay. Like I told you, Robia, this card is all about being like just having faith and just being optimistic. So as long as you can understand that, and if your guys' relationship went through any type of rough patch, you kind of need to be patient because this may be a time of healing, okay? There's feelings there, but you just need to feel it out and let it rebuild. And Princess, when you're ready, go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Hi, hello. No, the list isn't closed. I can add you back in. It's okay, Princess. Go ahead and pick a card now between 1 and 26. Okay, interesting. Okay, interesting. So it seems like the card you picked the Two of Swords, and this isn't necessarily it's not really it's not a bad card, but it's kind of like, let me ask you this first. Are you guys in a relationship already, or is this kind of like a connection that hasn't really turned into a relationship yet? Because this card typically means there's a couple options that are being weighed. And that's why I'm asking, because it kind of matters. Okay, separation. So that kind of makes sense then. So this can mean a couple of things. This can mean, like I said, this card typically means options are being weighed, and that can mean a couple of things. It can mean between lovers, like, you know, like they may have somebody on the side that they're kind of like in between, but I'm not really getting that. I'm more getting that there's some type of aspect in their life that's kind of being weighed between you and them. And both seem very like they seem equally appealing, if that makes sense. And they're kind of avoiding of making the choice or change to pick what they really want. So it seems like there's definitely some blockages, and there's some problems between the two of you that need resolving. That's what this card really does boil down to. And now's not a time to ignore problems, especially if you're saying you guys are in no contact. Now's a time that you guys need to speak together to find a compromise, because it seems like they're kind of like they have this blindfold on and they're struggling to really make a clear-cut decision. But if you guys can come into communication, you can kind of help them and also hear them out and see where compromise needs to be made if this is something that you guys both want to fix. Because it seems like they're kind of avoiding picking and making their mind up just because there's no contact. Like they're using the no contact to their benefit to avoid making any type of decision or changes, if that makes sense. But, you know, you can only avoid things for so long, if that makes sense too. Like the best thing to go from here is overall like figure out how you guys can come into some type of contact that's mutually beneficial to both of you, where you guys are both able to express and hear one each other's like needs and wants, and find compromise if this is something you guys want to fix. But I can see there's difficulty moving ahead between you guys as far as when it comes to like love or relationship, and the only way to get out of that is to find the compromise that put you guys here in the first place. So I hope that makes sense, because I still see the feeling. They still have feelings for you, so just like keep that in mind. Don't take what I'm saying too like harshly, but it seems like there's definitely something that's like I can see like there's some blockage here. I can't see what that blockage is, but I can see there's something like overall it boils down to there needs to be communication between the two of you to figure out what's really going on and where you guys can make adjustments and compromise to make it work. But they need help because they're kind of in between right now what needs to be done and what may need to be done, because you know somebody can't change something that they don't necessarily know needs to be changed. So just make sure if there's anything you feel like they need to change, it's being expressed clearly and cut, like very clear and cut. And I wish you the best of luck, okay? And thank you for your question. Yeah, anytime, princess. Thank you again. Okay, and then next up is going to be Divine Feminine Chronicles. Okay, let me shuffle the cards and then go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Okay, now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 22. Okay, Divine, let me ask you this really quick. Are you guys separated, or is this an aspiring connection? Because this card, you pick the Six of Swords, and this card is all about, like, letting go, if that makes sense. But it kind of matters on what the stance is between the two of you. Okay, that kind of makes some sense. So as far as what happened, so it seems like this card is all about letting go whatever's holding you back. And that has to do with past or present circumstances. So depending on what happened between the two of you, it seems like they're kind of coming to terms with what's happened. And like it depends. Now, see, this kind of depends on what happened to cause a separation to begin with. Because if you guys have kind of been in contact and have kind of came to like some type of efforts or conclusion that you guys still want to make this work, they could be moving on from whatever caused this separation to begin with. Because this is all about seeing the brighter side of things, but also being open to like reconciliation too. Because it kind of boils down to like letting go, but not in a bad way. It's like letting go of that part of themselves that caused what happened to happen, or the part of themselves that isn't serving them, especially at a time right now, that's preventing them from being who they really are and preventing them from accepting love to begin with. But also if there was any type of pain, or like if something painful caused this to end, they could be also letting go to the connection itself. But it seems like this person is open to reconciling with you, because it seems like they're ready to move forward towards the future and leave the past in the past. But there's also some old wounds that are still kind of hurting from what's happened, as far as what caused the separation to begin with. So those, like, if there's old wounds, they need to be kind of taken care of and healed first before you can expect anything to move forward. So like the best way to really sum this up is like they're kind of still in their feelings about what happened, but they're also, looks like they're getting ready to move past it and leave it in the past. Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad it at least kind of like, at that point, like I'm glad it's resonating then at that point, because that's really what this card is. That's what this card is getting at. So, if you guys are in communication, kind of communicate with them and let them know where you stand, because there's reconciliation here, but like I said, the old wounds need to be taken care of and addressed first before they can heal properly, and then you guys can move forward. But I'm definitely saying it's time to leave what happened in the past and move forward, and look that like and kind of look at like, there's a brighter side to things, and just look at it as like a learning experience of what not to do next time. Okay. See, and if you're feeling skeptical, I mean, you're feeling like that for a reason. Trust how you're feeling, and when it comes down to it, take things slow. Like I said, these old wounds still kind of need to be taken care of first. So don't be afraid to let it take its time, or to take a little bit of time to reach out if that's the case, okay? But also, like I said, keep in mind too that they are pretty much ready to like put this behind, like leave the past in the past, okay? Yeah, anytime. And thank you for your question. Yeah, Cutie. Sorry, I forgot to add you. Let me add you in. You're after Alicia. Okay, so Joe, I'm going to shuffle really quick. Go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Okay, so Joe, now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 23. Okay, so y'all, so it seems like with the cards you picked the 8 of Wands, and this is all about, so it seems like this is kind of telling you this is like, there's to expect some rapid movement, so really expect like pretty much like sudden progression and things kind of picking up the pace. So as far as what you're asking, as far as like next week, this is kind of letting you know that now's the time to start expecting sudden changes. So you can expect beginning most likely next week that, because this card is kind of letting you know within 10 days or at least 10 days to expect some type of communication from them and to expect this kind of like this just overall picking up the pace type of energy. So it's kind of like if things have been kind of like feeling like in a rut or going slow, you're going to be relieved to start seeing this movement and excitement again, okay? So when this is presented to you, this is letting you know like overall surprises are in store for you. So when it's presented to you, take advantage of it, okay? Because this is, like I said, things are going to be moving surprisingly quickly, but it needs to happen first, if that makes sense. But within 10 days or at least 10 days, you can expect some type of moving forward or some type of just overall like a change, okay? So when it happens, make sure you take advantage of it. Well, this is a positive card when it comes to relationships. This isn't ending anything. This is more like seeing movement and excitement again. Because this is all about surprises being in store. There's nothing negative about this card. But if you guys are like kind of on some weird terms right now, and that's why you're asking, then I can see why you're asking that. But from what I'm getting from this card, I don't see any negativity. I see nothing but positivity moving forward. Hi, love. Yeah, I can add you to the list. Yeah, I wish you the best luck, okay, Sajal? And thank you for your question. Okay, Mighty Knight, are you still here? Yeah, anytime, Sajal. Okay, Mighty Knight, I'm going to shuffle. Go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3 while I update the list. And then I'm just going to shuffle really quick. Hi, Mahi. Okay, let me shuffle really quickly and then I'll post the new list. Okay, Mighty Knight, go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 27. Okay, interesting. Alright, interesting. Okay, so it seems like with the cards you picked the 8 of Cups. And right off the bat, I can already see. I understand now. I understand what you're getting at. Okay, so this is kind of letting you know right now that they're not really feeling too good about you guys. They're like pretty unhappy right now. And they've been kind of doing some, yeah, anytime, love. They've been kind of going through this kind of period of time where they're kind of reevaluating the connection between the two of you guys and getting close to walking away if things don't change. And like kind of like just leaving this connection behind because it seems like they're dissatisfied with the situation between the two of you. And it all comes down to, it seems like there may be a lack of emotional intimacy between the two of you. Because right now they're kind of like just reevaluating the two, like this connection, and they're asking themselves, like, are you encouraging them to be their best self? Are you being supportive? Are you kind of like just overall they're questioning how you stand with them and if you're still standing with them or by them. Hi, Gypsy Soul. And it seems like they don't want to put you through this, but they also don't want to sit here and tell you what you need to change because they don't want to tell somebody how to act either. But they're not ready to walk away yet because you guys have built a lot together. So it seems like you kind of need to, like, pretty much now's the time to take fault for anything that you've done and kind of like put your foot down and let them know that if this is something you want to keep, you're going to do everything you have to do, and you're open to making compromise and adjustments to keep this, because it seems like they're getting close to walking away. They're not ready to walk away, but they're kind of thinking about it, if that makes sense. So overall, it seems like you need to kind of just overall communicate with them, because there's a lack of emotional intimacy, and when that happens, that means that they don't feel like they're being heard, if that makes sense. Hi, Info Entertainment. Thank you. So does that make sense, Mighty Knight? Yeah, I can add you to the list. And Gypsy Soul, did you want to get added to the list too? There's a chance of it happening, Mighty Knight, but like I said, there's issues underneath it all that need to be addressed first. Nothing's going to happen until those issues are fixed, and pretty much that's when you're going to see any type of progression or moving forward. Otherwise, like I said, it seems like they're really close to like letting go. No, I'm letting you know they're thinking about letting go, but that's if you don't fix what needs to be fixed beneath it all. Like I said, it seems like there's a lack of emotional intimacy between the two of you, which means there needs to be some better communication. It just seems like as far as going about it, now's the time to sit here and take fault for anything that you've done. Now's not the time to, try to be right or anything like that. It's just kind of like sit here and ask them, like, like it's just kind of like you need to hear them out more. You need to make sure you're paying more attention to them, being more responsive, and just talk to them overall about how they're feeling. Like ask them how they're feeling, because not a lot of guys or girls do that. They really don't. When it comes to relationships, they kind of just go about their day to day, and that's pretty much it. But can you like really think about it? When was the last time you sat here and really asked them how they're feeling, how they're doing, or just overall, like if they have any goals, what they want to do future wise? Like just communicate with them, okay, and just kind of talk to them, if that makes sense. See, and if you're saying they completely shut you off, that makes sense, because I told you they're pretty close to letting go and walking away from this. Because like I said, they're feeling very unhappy right now. Well, this is what I mean though. Like you have to prove what you are and how you feel to them at the end of the day. So don't let that steer you away, because then they're gonna definitely walk away. If you want this to work out, you need to show them you're not going anywhere. Like you need to fight for them. You need to do what you have to do to come back into contact with them, so that at least on your side you could say you tried. Does that make sense? The best thing you can do for now is figure out how to come back into contact with them, and then go from there and let them know like where you stand, that you're not going anywhere. Take fault for anything that you've done, or take fault for the situation in general, because if you really want to fix it, now's the time to just really be at fault and understand that there's time, like now's the time to make adjustment and compromise, because you don't want to lose them. Like you just kind of need to be expressive right now, and overall show them that you're not going anywhere, because that's the only way you're really going to save this. Because I could see they're like feeling very unhappy right now. So just take it one step at a time, and just look at it now as the time to pretty much fight for that connection, okay? And I wish you the best of luck, okay? Because like I said, they're thinking about letting go, but they haven't completely let go yet, and that's a good sign, because that means there's still something to fight for. Okay, and then next up is going to be Laurel. If you're still here, go ahead and let me know. Yeah, anytime, Mighty Knight. And I wish you the best of luck, okay? I'm going to ask Laurel, are you here? Princey, are you here? Naharika, are you here? Let me know who's here, so that way I can keep the line going. I'm going to update the line really quick, but I'm going to wait like 15 to 30 seconds before I update it, to kind of get an idea so I can update it accurately. Hi, JA. Yeah, I can add you to the list as well. Okay, thank you for letting me know you're here, love. Okay, I'm going to update the list right now. Laurel, go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3 and then ask your question. And then info, yeah, I'm adding you right now. I just wanted to get an idea of who's here so that way I can update the list and remove anybody that's not here. So that way you guys can see where you guys really stand in line, if that makes sense. Okay, thank you for letting me know you're here. Whoever's let me know in Cosmo and BS7. Okay, Laura, go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 27. And then Princey, Niharika, now's the time while I'm helping Laurel to let me know if you guys are here or not. Because if not, after that is going to be Cosmo, Ashita, and everybody else. So I'm going to give them a chance to see if they're still here until I'm done helping Laurel. And if not, then Cosmo, you're going to be up next, okay? Okay, Ashita. Make sure you stay close by. You and Cosmo are going to be up next, okay? Okay, nice, Laurel. So nice. All right, so it seems like you picked the World card, and this is a great card. So let's pretty much, so let me read your question one more time. All right, so I'll give you pretty much the general on like pretty much everything you asked. So first of all, off the bat, this is kind of letting you know that there's a lot of achievement, just possibilities overall, like fulfillment and successful endings for you. Like not in a creepy way, you know, but like your as far as when it comes to your future. So that overall means that as long as you can put in the effort now and the hard work now to do what you want to do, to achieve any goals you achieve, this is letting you know that you're going to achieve everything you want as long as you put in the effort now. Because, you know, when you go through anything, there's always pretty much like never ender changing. And that's just kind of letting you know that when it comes to your future self, there's going to be like a lot of uplifting energy that's very just harmonious overall for you. That's going to bring like a lot of wholeness. So when it comes to like so that means overall like you're going to be fulfilled in every single aspect of your life. So when it's like starting with like love, you're going to feel very complete, happy, and you're going to end up like I'm seeing like definitely either you like a for sure pretty much either a marriage or starting a family or pretty much both. Cuz like you know as you complete one cycle in your life, you're going to keep looking forward to the next and then making future plans and steps after that. Because it seems like the partner that you do end up with is one for making plans and even like really big decisions and kind of like setting goals that they want to reach together, if that makes sense. So as long as you can kind of get a sense of who you are, what you're looking for, and do what you have to do, you're going to have a lot of fulfillment overall, especially in that aspect. But just make sure you're not losing sense of yourself, okay? As long as you don't do that, your relationship aspect is going to be great. And then as far as when it comes to like your career, like I said, as long as you can keep doing what you're doing to get you where you want to be, it's like letting you know, like you, as long as you set yourself out to do what you want, you're going to achieve it. And there's going to be so much to celebrate, whether it's like, there's a project you're working on or a business that you've been thinking about starting. And then you're going to have time to sit there and kind of just enjoy what you rightfully earned. And it's also like when that time comes, it's asking you to sit there and enjoy that moment because you worked for it, you deserve it. And that's going to come a time like where, you could take a step back from all the hard work that you put in and really just kind of have fun with it. And when it comes to this card, this is all about like fame. You're capable of fame, but it's all about making sure you're taking the right steps and, cultivating the right path to get there. But as far as, because I can see it, it's that part is a potential and a possibility as long as you do what you have to do to get there. But I am seeing, as far as when it comes to finances, you're definitely going to be quite wealthy as long as you can do what you have to do to get there. Because with this card, it's all about reaching any type of financial goals that you have set in place for yourself. Like I'm talking about, like you're really going to sit there and be able to just give yourself a pat on the back and just be proud of everything you've accomplished. And you're going to have this sense of feeling whole and being able to spend on anything you really want to spend and take advantage of anything you want to take advantage. And it's overall just telling you like to expect too that if there's any debt you have or anything like that, you're definitely going to pay off like some large type of debt, and you're going to find some security after saving money. And there's also going to be a lot of like, it seems like you're going to make some large purchases at some point too. So it's just like, lastly, this is just overall telling you now's the time to focus on long-term goals and make sure you're spending time doing what you have to do to get to where you want to be, okay? Like, don't be afraid to put anything on the back burner that's not going to get you to where you want to be, because you can always pick those things back up. But make sure you're taking care of your future, okay? Yeah, Gypsy, so I can add you back. I thought I had you on the list. I think I might have taken you off on accident. Yeah, I hope you have a good day too at work, Gypsy. Sorry, Gypsy. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Laurel. Like, you're the creator of your own path, and you're also like, you determine your success. So just make sure you're doing what you have to do to get you where you want to be, okay? But also make sure you're taking care of yourself and you're aligning your mindset with your goals, okay? And I wish you the best of luck. And I hope that makes sense, okay, Laurel? But there's a lot of like positivity and just a sense of feeling whole in your future as long as you can keep doing what you're doing and making sure nothing gets in your way, okay? Yeah, anytime, Laurel, and thanks for stopping by and asking your question. And then hold on really quick. Let me scroll up because Gypsy, I'm pretty sure I put you on the list and I think I might have taken you off on accident. I don't even know if I got to your turn yet. Let me scroll up and look really quick. Just hold on a quick second. In the meantime, Cosmo, make sure you let me know you're still here. Okay, I found you, Gypsy. I see where you came in at. It's Cosmo's turn right now. I'm going to update the list on the screen right now. Just hold on a quick second. Okay, Gypsy, I see where I went past you. I went past you right before info. Okay, so that's the current list right now on the screen. I'm going to update it right now. And then Cosmo, while I shuffle, go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Okay, Cosmo, whenever you're ready, go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3. 2? Okay, thank you. Now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 23. Okay, Cosmo. So it seems like you picked the Chariot card, and this is a very positive card. This is all about letting you know there's definitely a journey in place. So as far as to your question about, okay, you said, are they married or divorced and have a child? So typically this is a very positive card. So I'm not gonna, this is more leaning towards marriage. This isn't leaning towards divorce, if that makes sense. Because this is all about taking control of, like, it seems like they're working on taking control of their love life, and things are going to be progressing and moving forward in a positive direction. So as long as there's success and like ambition and determination in place and just overall focus, there's going to be a lot of control in this situation. And as far as the child, there's a potential for a child, but it seems like first they want to take care of the connection first before that gets anywhere. Like they want to make sure there's a clear understanding between themselves and the person they're connecting with before things get any more serious, if that makes sense. Like they're trying to take control of their love life because they take it seriously. And in order to do so, there needs to be open communication and seeing eye to eye and just overall being on the same wavelength and being on the same page, if that makes sense. But they're also very confident and courageous and filled with a drive that leads to success. So as long as this connection can kind of just be steered with determination and optimism overall and open communication, it's going to lead nowhere but up, and also it's going to bring a lot of positivity and just changes for the both. But remember, you need to take care of one thing before one thing can lead to another. So that's why, the connection has a great side of becoming marriage first before the child happens, but the connection needs to work out first. Otherwise, there is not going to be a child, if that makes sense. So if this is a connection you have with them, whether it's struggling or if it's, just kind of just taking it just unfolding, be patient with it because it's not going anywhere. So, there's a lot of sacrifices and focus on this relationship, and it's definitely going to go nowhere but up, but also kind of make sure you guys are building one another up if that's the case too. Because this card always speaks on a lot of just taking action and also just moving forward in progression, but in a good way, not in a bad way. Okay, does that make sense, Cosmo? And Ishita, let me know if you're still here, so that way we're ready when you are for your reading. Yeah, Cosmo. So I mean the happy married, if that makes sense. Okay, thank you for letting me know too. Hello. I'm going to give you, Ishita, let me know if you're still here. I'm going to give you about 15 to 30 more seconds to see if you're still here. Anytime, Cosmo. Thank you for your question. And then if not, BS7 or NIDS, let me know if you two are here, so that way I know if we're going to move on to either of you. Okay, BS7. So since Ashita didn't respond, we're just going to go ahead and move on with you. And then I'll give them one chance if they come back after you to get squeezed in. If not, then they're going to be at the end. So BS7, I already shuffled. You can go ahead and ask your question and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Okay, thank you for letting me know you're here too, Mahi. Okay, BS7, now go ahead and pick a card now between 1 and 28. Okay, sorry, I was updating the list really quickly. Okay, BS7, you picked the Tower card, and that one could be easily misconstrued. So let me ask you this first. Are you guys separated, or are you guys in a relationship, or is this like a connection that hasn't turned into anything quite yet? Because this card can easily be misconstrued, and I'd rather know the situation first. Because it doesn't necessarily it has like a positive side to it, but also kind of has a negative side to it. Because this card is all about what, like overall, it's kind of like, okay, that kind of makes sense. Because this card is all about like overall, like change. That's really what it comes down to. Like unexpected change. So that's why I was kind of asking if you guys were separated first, because I was kind of getting that, but I didn't want to assume. So as far as how they're feeling when it comes to the two of you, they're definitely kind of having like a shift there's like a shift in their feelings and perspectives, but not in a bad way. This is just kind of letting you know there's some changes that definitely need to be made, because this relationship may not have been created on the strongest foundations, and that's kind of what caused it to kind of collapse and kind of crumble, if that makes sense. But also, these experiences, it seems like they're feeling like the experiences between the two of you kind of cleared the way for new experiences to open, like kind of like, learn from your experiences type of energy, if that makes sense. Because these times for them, they're kind of feeling a little hurt about the situation right now, and they're overall like a little just unhappy, but not because of you. It's just like the situation is kind of taking a toll on their emotional health right now. And they're coming to this kind of conclusion that these feelings are going to pass. And it's kind of like I said, like, it's kind of like live and learn type thing. Like it's opening up their perspective and their understanding, and kind of teaching them what love really means to them right now. So this is all about, like, this card all boils down to their needs. They're feeling like there's some type of need for transformation, and they're kind of developing understanding of what their needs really are when it comes to relationships. Kind of like, when like you go through something, and then you're kind of like you sit there and reevaluate, and you kind of focus on what happened beneath it all, but then you're also thinking about, like, it kind of puts in a perspective, like it shifts your perspective and kind of shows you what you really want and what you're looking for and what you need, if that makes sense. So it seems like right now, how they're feeling about you, they're taking the situation between the two of you into this self-reflective period where they're focusing on finding themselves and kind of focusing on being able to present to you or even to anybody else, just kind of like knowing what they want and what they need, because it seems like there was lack of communication when it came to emotional needs in general, whether it be emotional needs or even physical needs. Like there was something lacking between the two of you that caused this separation to begin with. So if this is something you want to fix, now is the time to take fault for anything that you could possibly be at fault for, and to let them know that you're open to hearing them out and fulfilling what they need and what they want, because it seems like they need some type of reassurance if you haven't given that to them already. Okay, so if you like, this can be fixed, but you kind of need to set the foundations. Like the foundations between the two of you need to be set clear in stone, a lot stronger. Otherwise, they're just going to come crumbling down again, and there's going to be separation again, if that makes sense. So you can fix this if this is something you want to fix. But like I said, look at what happened between the two of you as a learning experience. Don't look at it as anything more than that, because it seems like that's what they're doing too. Like this is something to learn from. So now if you guys do decide to rekindle, you guys can know what not to do next time, if that makes sense. So I wish you the best of luck, okay? And just keep in mind what I said, like learn from this. Don't try to take it not too personal, but also, make sure you're capable of admitting fault where you did anything, if you did anything, okay? And I wish you the best of luck, okay? Yeah, anytime, BS7. And then I'll be doing more free readings most likely this Friday. I'm going to try to do it this Friday around the same time as like right now. But if not, by the weekend for all my subscribers. So just so you guys know. And then next up is going to be Nids. So Nids, let me know if you're here. Alicia, let me know if you're here. Cutie, let me know if you're here. So that way we can just keep the line moving. Hi, Rosa. You can be added. Okay, let me ask one more time. Nids, Alicia, Cutie, or any three of you here? If not, hello, then you're going to be up right now. Let me just wait like 15 more seconds. And if they're not here, hello, then we're just going to move on with you, okay? Okay, thank you, Cutie. Okay, so hello, you'll be up next. I'm going to go ahead and help Cutie since they were able to catch me before I helped you. So Cutie, go ahead and ask your question and then pick a pile between 1 and 3. And then I'm going to update the list on the screen right now. Okay, Cutie, let me shuffle one last time. For some reason, I have like this urge to just shuffle it one more time before I break it up. Yeah, you can change to 2. Okay, pile 2. Okay, now go ahead and pick a card now between 1 and 22, Cutie. Okay, interesting. So seems like the card you picked is the 9 of Wands. So as far as what you asked, what's coming towards you in regards to career and finance, this card is kind of letting you know. I'm not sure if you may have been already going through kind of like this period of time, because this card can mean a couple of things. It can mean like you've kind of been, like, the best way to put it is like so first of all, let me just say this, that I see you're very like determined and also hopeful when it comes to just the type, like being like the type of person you are in general. But this card can kind of let you, first of all, this card lets you know that you're very close to success. That's first of all. But it also kind of tells you you may need to stay persistent in what you're doing, otherwise you could lose your balance. Because as long as you can keep doing what you're doing, especially when it comes to like your career and finance, you're going to be filled and you're going to be awarded with success. Because like any type of issues that may have came your way or that may come your way is something not to necessarily feel some type of way about. It's like your resilience and your persistence may be tested if it hasn't already. But don't let that deter you, because it's kind of like a test. It's like a test for your strength and a test for your capability. And as long as you can overcome that, which I can see you're capable of doing, because you just need to not let it deter you, not let it get to you. And just know that you're very close to crossing the finish line. But I'm also getting this journey may be a little exhausting if it hasn't been already. But it's like kind of like overall, if there's any troubles that you're facing right now or troubles that come your way, they're only temporary. And if your workload is heavy right now, or if it does get heavy, know that it's going to lighten up. Because, yeah, see, and that's what this card has to do with. It's all about changing. It's kind of letting you know that all this suffering and just overall the current situation you're in right now is going to come to an end. It's going to come to a change. Because I can see the distress and like the pressure underneath it all, if that makes sense. And this is kind of letting you know, like, now's the time to do what you have to do, whether that means, take on like an extra job or try to find an extra job to kind of make things work out. It's overall, now's the time to shift your mindset to align with your goals, if that makes sense. Because you're soon going to come out of this like economic, like, just struggle in general when it comes to your career in general and even your finances. But as long as you approach it with determination and drive, you're going to get to where you want to get. But remember, like, success doesn't happen overnight, so don't let it get to you but I'm definitely seeing the future a lot better for you. You just kind of got to approach things very prepared and, with a strategy, if that makes sense. Because I can see there's a lot of challenges that are like that, or either, like I said, they were either here or coming, but it seems like you're facing the challenges now, which makes sense when you pull this card. But there's a lot of self-improvement and sacrifice that needs to happen, okay? So as long as you're willing to adapt and just work through problems, everything is going to get better. But like I said, just make sure your mindset is aligning with your goals. So, I understand this is a lot, like that's a lot going on for you. But try to get out of any negative thinking, because that's not going to bring any hopefulness or any positivity to your situation, if that makes sense. Because this card is all about trying to find that courage that's inside of you that may be feeling a little lost right now. But the situation is definitely going to get a lot better for you. And it seems like this is all just kind of like you're really close to the finish line. So as long as you can shift your mindset and do what you have to do to get to what your next path is, it's going to happen for you, okay? Okay, I'm glad it does. And I wish you the best of luck, okay? Because this card all just shows a mix of just like, challenges that are fixed by having hope, and then, triumph, if that makes sense. Like triumph is the outcome. But remember, like I told you, this is like the universe testing your resilience. So don't let it get to you. Now's the time to just shift your mindset and do what you have to do to just better yourself, and just pretty much find yourself, find out who you are now. Like now's the time to focus on you, okay? Yeah, anytime. And thank you for your question. I wish you the best of luck too, okay? Okay, and then next up is going to be hello, if you're ready. Yeah, anytime, cutie. And feel free to come back when I do another free reading around like between Friday to like this weekend. Okay, hello. Go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3 while I'm shuffling one last time. Pile 2? Okay, thank you. Let me shuffle one last time. I have small hands, so it takes me I have to break my deck into half and then shuffle each. So that's why it kind of takes me a little bit to shuffle. But I think it's because I'm really short. Okay, pile 2. Okay, so now, hello, go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 25. And then we can figure out any type of guidance or insight for you. Okay, 25. Interesting. Alright, interesting. So it seems like with the cards you picked the 4 of Cups. And this card can kind of have a few meanings. Not necessarily a few meanings, but... Okay, so overall, this is kind of this is okay. So honestly, I'm just gonna be open with you, especially when it comes to this advice part. So this is kind of like a sign and kind of letting you know that you may need to find a way to kind of reinvent the spark between the two of you, because this card typically tends to lean more towards like excitement fading away, um kind of like the spark not being what it was from the beginning type of thing, if that makes sense. So you may, like I said, it seems like there may be some type of block or some type of there's something going on that's causing this connection to kind of like fizzle out, if that makes sense. So and if it fizzles out, it could end up leading to not it could just end up leading to coming to an end quickly, or not even seeing it through, if that makes sense. So kind of make sure that you can do anything on your part to keep things as fresh as possible. And as long as you can, it's like you hold the power to fix this, if that makes sense. And it seems like also be open to embracing solitude when it's time to, like, embrace you spending time with your own friends and doing you, but also embrace them spending time with their friends and doing them too. Make sure it's not just all about the two of you, because this card is all about like seeing opportunities presented to them but saying no a lot of the times. And that can mean like, being asked to do things and having to say no, or feeling like they should say no. So kind of embrace this like more feeling like of saying yes, if that makes sense. Yeah, because there's definitely like there's just something here that may need to kind of be compromised a little bit or fixed a little bit. Otherwise, things are going to kind of get a little stale quicker than, or quicker, not even quicker, but like things are just going to end up getting stale, if that makes sense. Hi, Carrie. Yeah, you can join the list. So, be open to any new things they want to do. Be willing to experiment, stuff like that. Like, ask them if there's anything they would want to do, or, just overall find out who they are and try to relate and try to utilize their interests so that you can keep the spark alive, if that makes sense, okay? Because this card isn't to say it's going to come to an end, but it's kind of just a sign that it may get a little boring and stale quickly if things aren't done prior. Like you hold the power to change it before it even gets there, if that makes sense, okay? So look at this as kind of like a heads up. Yeah, anytime, hello. And I wish you the best of luck. Like I said, you hold the power to prevent this from happening, okay? Okay, and then next up is going to be Thakur. Let me know if you're still here. If not, love. I know, I'm pretty sure I saw you were here. So let me know if you're here. And I'm going to update the list right now. I just want to see if Thakur or love are here first, so that way I can update it better. Okay, love. I can see you're still here, so we're going to go ahead and move on with you. You have a great day too, hello. Okay, love. So whenever you're ready, go ahead and ask your question and then pick a pile between 1 and 3. And I'm going to update the list on the screen right now. Oh, okay. Yeah, let's find out what's going on. Hi, Momo. Yeah, you can be added as well. Okay, that's interesting, love. Let's kind of get an idea what's going on then. Go ahead. Love, go ahead and pick 2 cards between 1 and 27, so that way you can kind of piggyback off one another and try to get an idea of what's going on. Anytime, Momo. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, then let's figure out what this blockage or why this blockage is happening or what it could be. Hi, Alicia. It's okay. I can go ahead and add you to the end, and then I'm going to close the list so I can handle you guys. Thank you, Gypsy. Okay. So let me see. So that's one card. Let me see. So go ahead, love, and pick one more card between 1 and 26 now. Yeah, anytime, Alicia. Because already off the bat, you picked the Queen of Cups, and we both know this is like an emotional card, and it's all about, you know, just... First of all, I can tell you have psychic abilities just by seeing this card, and you're very in tune with your intuition. So that's crazy that you're even having this blockage. But yeah, go ahead and pick one more card between 1 and 26. Because right now it seems like it's giving me your block, if that makes sense. Because I can see the type of person you are with this Queen of Cups. Did you want to pick 26 again, or is that from the first card that you picked? Okay, you want to pick it again. See, this is crazy. This is crazy because honestly, you didn't pick. Like, this is weird. Go ahead and pick one more between 1 and 25. You're really giving me your block. Like, I could feel your block. Like, because these cards you're picking, come on, you have the Queen of Cups, and then you have the 10 of Cups. Like, we both know that doesn't even make sense. Yeah, no, there's nothing to apologize about, but like, damn, like, honestly, like, this is pretty strong. Like, I could definitely tell something weird's going on. Because this energy, like, the energy you're feeling and the energy that's coming through the cards, it's very deceptive, if that makes sense. Especially if you're saying things are going on, and I don't know. This is kind of weird. Okay, 5. Interesting. So now you have the Page of Cups. What's up with all this Cups energy, first of all? Second, so, okay, so, like, starting with this Queen of Cups, obviously, we both know what that one's all about. Because the Cups in general are very emotional-filled cards. But with this Queen of Cups, obviously, you're feeling already guided to find help from others. I mean, that's why you're here to begin with. So I can already see that, but I can also see how strong your intuition is. Which is crazy because these cards that are sitting here compared to like what you're saying is going on, they're like conflicting. They're conflicting with one another. They really are. Like, okay, let's kind of approach this a little bit differently. So, as far as things going on weird in the house, is there like is there any relationships that are rocky in your house right now? Or anything like that? Because with this Ten of Cups and Page of Cups, like Ten of Cups is all like happily ever after energy, but there's something going on beneath it all. Like, I've never even felt blocked before, and right now I'm like this reading with you is kind of like I can feel the block you're having. I'm like an anchor for you right now, if that makes sense. And you're feeling the way you're feeling about your situation for a reason, because like I can see with this card how intuitive you are, and you're trusting your inner voice for a reason because you need to. See, like, this is so weird. Now let me ask you this: the stuff that's happening in your house, is it like weird, like in a creepy way? Because this stuff, like, it's kind of like, the only reason I'm asking that is just because whatever it doesn't, I feel like whatever's going on at your house is like kind of negative, because it seems like the fact that you're even asking, and I'm getting all this deception, because I'm getting all this positivity when there's no positive. It seems like there's no positivity really going on with the weird stuff happening. Like, they're going out of their way to make sure you don't figure out what's happening, if that makes sense. Okay. Okay. Now then, let me ask you this: was there any major changes or shifts that happened? Like, any endings of any relationships? Any new jobs, new settling down, staying in any new places, anything like that? Like, what happened a year ago that caused this to happen? Because I can see how deceitful it's really making sure you don't get out of this. But then with this Page of Cups, you know what the Page of Cups usually mean. It's like that messenger card that usually signifies, like, you know, communication. But also it can lead to pleasant, unexpected surprises. Okay. That's interesting. And I mean, that makes sense because, you know, see, and that makes sense too that you say that because, you know, when it comes to the Page of Cups, that's like that innocent and naive energy. So that kind of makes sense that you're saying that your son is the one that saw it and hid it from you. Damn, this is hard. Like even just looking at these cards, this like okay. I'm sorry about that. See, this is a lot. Because it seems like whatever is there is very persistent, and they have an objective of making it come true. But I can't tell what it is. But I can see that they're set on doing something, or there's something they set out to do, and they're like seems like they're not going anywhere until they do it. Oh my gosh, that sounds scary. Making noises. See, and are they kind of like And let me ask you this: is this like a when they do all that? Are they kind of like Are they like are they like scary about it? Or do you think they're trying to get your attention to show you something? Like, you know, are they what is it called? Like do they ever try to harm you or anything like that? No, don't be sorry. I'm just honestly like this is crazy because usually I can give pretty straightforward readings, but it seems like they're very deceitful about what they're doing. Like they have an objective, and if they're going out of their way to even be deceiving as far as what I'm trying to ask, it says a lot about who they are. It feels like, okay, if you're saying it's all black, I can see that. This doesn't seem very good because they're going out of their way to be deceitful even through this reading. Because come on, they're really going to sit here and paint this picture with ups like that doesn't even make sense if that makes sense. Like they're trying to honestly, at this point, I would just say proceed with caution, especially if you're doing any other readings or something, because it seems like they don't want you to really find out what their objective is. Because I can't even tell you what their objective is, but I can tell you they have an objective, if that makes sense. Yeah, I bet they won't, honestly. You can tell. I mean, those are the last, like, these are, like, honestly, let's face it, we're the last type of people they want to come around. But they have some type of objective. Because the fact, like I said, that they're being very deceitful with these cards, because even the cards you picked, they're, come on, trying to make it seem like it's all rainbows and happily ever afters, and that's not the case. Maybe for them it is, but it's not the case for you. Oh my gosh, you can feel it on the stairs. You know why? They know what we're doing. See, see that makes sense too. Because if you could feel it on the stairs and they're close by like that, that can make sense. They're over there putting their energy into this, and they're making it deceptive. Honestly, I would say maybe next time when you come, like stop by for a reading when you do it again. I'm gonna do one probably like this Friday. I'm gonna try to do it Friday in the early in the morning or this weekend. I would say try to do it not there, like not inside. Like try to get away from where you feel them at and inside that house if that's the case. Because I feel like they're using their energy to make this deceptive. Because with all this positivity, we both know it's not true. Yeah, I could see that energy too. Yeah, just be careful, okay? And like I said, I want to redo this. I want to redo this reading, but I feel like we need to redo this reading when they're not around. Oh, I'm sorry, Gypsy. Because if they're strong enough like this to the point where they're making this reading deceptive, it kind of says a lot. Yeah, they sound scary. Like they're trying to avoid you, but they're like letting you know they're there too. Yeah, that sounds like a lot. Yeah, be careful approaching them. I mean, they're more scared of you than you are them, but there's definitely something. There's something going on there. I could see it. But they're also, I can tell they're a liar, and if they're lying, then they're deceptive. Or they're deceptive, and that means negativity. That's not a good sign. But like I said, I can tell they have an objective, and I feel like the only way we're going to get a clear answer on this reading is if you do it not around them, if that makes sense. So definitely come back, be safe in the meantime, and come back when I do free readings again. But when I do the free reading, try to be somewhere where they're not. So that way we can have a clear reading that's not tampered with, if that makes sense. Yeah, see, and what are the odds that I say as soon as I tell you to come back and we'll do it when they're not around, they're gonna leave like that. They're definitely listening in on what's going on. Wow, really? Have you tried like saging or anything like that? Or like even just doing like a cleanse? See, like that's what I'm saying. Like, what are the odds as soon as I start talking to you about it again, they come back like that? They thought we were done talking about it, but the second we start again, they come back. Yeah, just be careful of with whatever you have going on there, okay? And like I said, come back when we could do this reading when you're not around them, okay? So we can kind of get a little deeper with it. Or so it's not tampered with, like I said. And even then, if anything, okay. So like I said, love, then whenever you can find a time to get away from the house in general, go ahead and just like email me at justaskjasmintarot@gmail.com. So that way we can kind of do like I could do a reading, we could do a reading together and kind of figure out what's going on beneath it. Because honestly, I feel like as long as you're there, they're not going to let you get the reading you're looking, not that you're looking for, but they're not going to let you get any guidance or insight. So whenever you get a chance to step away and just, like I said, overall, just, get away from that and this energy, that's when we can probably get a more accurate reading. Yeah, it's okay. Don't be. It's not your fault. It's obvious. It's honestly, let's face it, it's obvious whose fault it is. Okay. Well, at least you kind of have an idea of what it is, because all I'm picking up is it's something negative. Because if it's going through this extra energy to be deceptive, you can tell it's not something positive. It's trying to act like it is, but it's not. But like I said, and whenever you get a chance to like step away from being around this energy or out of the house in general, don't like feel free to like email me, okay? And then we can probably do a more genuine reading that's not tampered with by this energy, because this energy is doing the most. It really is. Yeah, anytime, love. And thank you again for your question. And I'm sorry you're still even going through this block. Mahi, if you're ready, you can go ahead and post your question and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Okay. Go ahead and pick a card now between 1 and 21. Okay, so it seems like you picked the Ace of Pentacles. Okay, she need to take a deep breath after all that. Alright, so with this Ace of Pentacles, this is such a great card. This is kind of like, the best way to look at this is how they're feeling towards you and whether they love you or not. Is there's potential for love, but the best way to look at it, anytime love, again, thank you again. But the best way to look at it is there's a seed being planted, especially when it comes to this connection and relationship. So, as long as a seed can be, taken care of, nurtured, and just nourished, it's going to thrive and, is eventually going to prosper and turn into, the flower or the crop that it's destined to be, if that makes sense. Because that, like, overall, that means, there's a lot of new beginnings in store, opportunities, and just potential in general. So, as long as you can do your part, and be patient and understand steadiness is key to long lasting anything overall, and just overall reliability, you're going to get what you're looking for as far as when it comes to love and how they're feeling, because it feels like right now they're enjoying who you are as a person, and you kind of give off these like steady, like overall reliable qualities that they appreciate and they find very generous, because this connection has the potential to be very long lasting and practical, and has a lot of loyalty if it gets that far, because it feels like you may give them this type of feeling and sense of independence, and it helps both of you guys thrive individually, not just together, but embracing you guys. It's kind of teaching you guys to embrace being who you are as like, as your own person too, if that makes sense. So just make sure you're taking care of your personal life itself, like you're worrying about self-care, making sure, sorry, your practical life is in in order, so that way you can put as much as you need into this connection too to make it flourish, okay? Because as long as you set the foundation with them strong equally, and you know mutually sided, it's going to be where you want it to. It's going to go where you want it to, if that makes sense. Does that make sense, Mahi? Okay, I'm glad it does. I wish you the Okay, I'm sorry about that. I had to reconnect because my laptop died, so now I'm using my phone. Okay, so I hope that makes sense, Mahi, and I wish you the best of luck, okay? Just remember that, you know, when you plant a seed, you have to be patient, okay? So just keep that in mind as you progress with this connection. And remember, you know, your patience is going to be rewarded. And I wish you the best of luck, okay? All right, Gypsy, are you ready? Anytime, Mahi. Thank you again for your question. Honestly, Gypsy, I know. I'm sorry. But thank you for being patient, too. Okay, pick a pile between 1 and 3, Gypsy. Okay, Gypsy, now pick a card between 1 and 33. Interesting, Gypsy. So it seems like with the card you picked, you have the Devil card. Interesting. And this card always typically kind of like the first thing I ever think about whenever I see this card is like a lot of like temptation. That's first of all. But not even just that. It also seems like kind of like like the best way to really put it is honestly, let's pick one more because this card can be a little crazy. Okay, go ahead and pick one more between 1 and 32 because honestly, it just needs another card to piggyback off of because this card can kind of be all over the place. But off the bat, it seems like there needs to be some more, they may be feeling like there's some more communication that needs to take place between the two of you. Okay, 31. Interesting. So we go from the Devil card to the Four of Wands. Alright, interesting. Alright, so honestly, it seems like there may be some lack of communication between the two of you, or there may be something they want to communicate with you that hasn't been already. and it's kind of causing them to, it may be on their side, like they may be having like a selfish kind of like approach to your feelings, like kind of like disregarding how you're feeling because of this lack of communication. Okay, that makes sense if you're saying there's no communication. Okay, see, so definitely there's something about this communication that needs to be fixed, because with the next card you have the Four of Wands, and that card is like, it's really like the complete opposite. Okay, so it seems like as far as this lack of communication, they want that to be fixed, and they're tempted to reach out to you if they haven't already, regardless of the reason. Because with this next card is all about like reunions, but also kind of creating strong foundations, offering support, and coming to like a mutual understanding. So if this is something you want to, like, if this is something you do want as far as when it comes to connections, now's the time to either be like open to communication or receptive to it, because they're definitely coming to this place where they're tempted to reach out to you. So don't be surprised if they do, because it seems like they want to fix the foundations beneath this connection that you guys have to begin with. Because nothing is gonna prosper off weak or crumbling foundations. If there's a strong foundation in place, there's a lot of potential, but without that, it's not going to go anywhere. Okay, that makes sense then. Yeah, that makes sense, because like I said, this first card is all about temptation. So I could see, if you're saying it the way you are, I could see why they're tempted. But because, like, when if you were able to see this devil card, it's kind of like two, like you see literally the devil, and then you see a couple like chained, and it's kind of like something is holding him back, but he's tempted to break free, if that makes sense. And obviously that's what it is, because if they realize that they screwed up, they're trying to figure out the approach they need to take to even reach out to you to begin with, which is makes sense because I see the temptation, but they also understand that without any of that, there's no strong foundations that are going to come out of it. So just be a little patient with them if this is something, like obviously, like you said, you are kind of open to it, but they're definitely feeling tempted to do it. So kind of see where it goes, because it seems like they want to fix it. Because with this Four of Wands, it's a very positive and like rekindle type of energy. But obviously, you can't make someone change either. And it seems like they want to, but it seems like they're still trying to figure out the approach to it. Yeah, I feel that. I do the same exact thing, so I know exactly where you're coming from. That's what I'm saying, and that makes sense too, because like I said, it seems like they're trying to figure out the approach, and especially, and they could feel what you're putting down, if you know what I mean. Yeah, and that's super important, especially because you can't make someone change and you don't want to either. Like, you don't want someone to act a certain way because you told them to. You want them to understand where they went wrong and fix it. And it seems like they're definitely coming to that realization. So be a little patient with them before, you pull back completely. There's nothing wrong with pulling back, because at the end of the day they did screw up, but be a little patient if it's something you do want back, because they're definitely understanding where they went wrong, and they're tempted to reach out. Like I said, I could see them reaching out. And with this Four of Wands, it typically means like they may try to reach out sooner than later, if that makes sense. Yeah, I'm glad you understand though what I'm getting at. Thank you for being patient too. And let me ask you this. I keep forgetting to ask you. Did you rename? Like, because you're like the first mod I ever made. Were you Heather and then you changed your name? It's like tripping me out seeing like this name because I only have like 2 mods. Yeah, I feel that. Honestly, I'm the same. Once I'm gone, I'm done too. Okay, I was making sure. Okay, so then now that I know that for sure, I was tripping out for the longest time because I literally only have 2 mods and I didn't know that. I only have you and then I made another mod, Kanchan. Oh, okay. So then now that I know that, I told Kanchan too because you guys are my only mods, but I didn't know if it was you or not. So like now that you know, next time, like since I only have the 2 of you are my mods because you guys are like the most helpful ones, you guys will take priority. So like whenever you guys tune in, I'm gonna get you guys taken care of right away. Okay? Yeah, it's okay. No, you're good. It was just tripping me out, honestly, seeing it like that. Because I had never seen your name before, but then I was like, damn, did I make this person a mod? I don't even think I've seen their name before. Yeah, anytime. And don't forget, like I said, you and Kanchan, you guys are the only mods I have because you guys know how to regulate in here when it gets, hectic or, when people get out of line sometimes. So whenever you guys come in here, you guys take priority, okay? I was just wondering who it was that came up in here and started like regulating, you know what I mean? Because I didn't know who you were. But then I saw the wrench next to you and I knew you were my mod. Yeah, anytime, Gypsy. Thank you again for all your help. Yeah, info. You can post now and then go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Okay, info. Go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 31. Yeah, honestly, Gypsy, like, what time zone are you on? Because I feel the same, honestly. Like, I stream late at night. I stream late at night because that's when my toddler sleeps, so that way I don't have any, like, interruptions. But it's also, like, super late for me. Like, it's 5 a.m. my time. Okay. Yeah, let's figure out what's going on, info. Interesting. Go ahead, info. Pick one more between 1 and 31 so we can kind of get a little bit more insight to what's going on. Yeah, I'm in California. So that's why usually when I do go live, it's like it's between like 12 a.m. and like 1 a.m. my time. I know usually for everybody else it's like a completely different time. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, Carrie, we're on info right now. Okay, interesting. So first you have the King of Cups, and then you have the Page of Pentacles. So kind of like starting a little backwards. Um, the Page of Pentacles already represents new beginnings in general. But when it starts to come back, okay, so first, let's go back to the King of Cups. The King of Cups is all about kind of like, I understand what you're saying as far as these trust issues you have, because I can see the issues with your feelings that you're having right now. But this is letting you know with this Page of Pentacles, the next card you picked, that as long as you can kind of be like compassionate and not live in the past, and overall just like, balance your emotions and kind of put yourself in this position where you can kind of be patient and understanding of the past. Like, don't live in the past, if that makes sense. Like, what happened, and it's, you may be someone that stays true to your emotions and feelings, and you're not one to typically let people steer you away from how you feel, like kind of like a little stubborn. Okay, see, and if that's a factor, may with them, as far as what you're saying with your mother-in-law, that's a type of person where it's like less is more. So try not to share too much with them, but make sure you're not sharing anything with them, because then they'll kind of like know something's up and they'll still have an opinion, if that makes sense. But as long as you can kind of like be a little level-headed and in control of your emotions, there's a lot of potential for new beginnings with this Page of Pentacles, because this card is all about reaching a period of just like overall like fulfillment, abundance, and new beginnings. So like I said, it's now's the time to kind of trust how you feel, because you feel the way you do for a reason. But also make sure you're not living in the past either, because that's not going to get you anywhere if you are. Because this connection, okay, see, and that's hard too, because introverts are very hard to read, especially because they tend to like not be expressive and keep to themselves. And that makes sense. Because with this Page of Pentacles, this card lets you know that there's a lot of um, like quietness in the relationship as far as not really knowing them. But it also lets you know that there's a lot of steady and dedication beneath it all. So, like I said, try not to live in the past, but also trust the way you're feeling, because you're feeling the way you are for a reason. But there's also there's definitely some room for improvement, because their quiet demeanor makes it hard to read them. That's what it seems like, and that's why not only is that playing a factor into these trust issues, but it seems like they may kind of well, they're not saying a lot, so like you don't really know what they're saying, and they may not be acting the way you're expecting, and it's kind of giving off the same type of vibe, if that makes sense. And I could see that they're not really one to sit here and be expressive. Like, they're not one that wears their heart on their sleeve, if that makes sense. And it's crazy because they do have a lot of emotions underneath it all, but they're not one to sit here and talk about that, like talk about them. It seems like they're just like, they have like a very calm stance and position when it comes to anything. Like they have like very calm and collected responses. And it's like they're trying to maintain peace, but they also don't really, like, they're just not good at being like being communicative overall, is what I'm seeing. So like I said, try not to live in the past if this is something you want to work out, because it seems like the future holds a lot of like loyalty and new beginnings, as long as you can kind of keep your emotions balanced, if that makes sense. Like, don't let the past dictate your future. Because it seems like they're approaching this connection with you with a lot of understanding to how you feel and what went wrong to begin with. And they may not be showing it, but they are feeling compassionate about it all. So, try to be a little patient with them. And like I said, try, and especially when you're saying you worry, like, as long as you can keep your emotions balanced, it's going to help, if that makes sense. I see, I'm not getting that they're holding something against you. It's more like they're trying to get out of living in the past themselves so that you guys can move forward. Because like I told you, the future looks like there's a lot of loyalty there. And also, like, think like slow and steady type of energy. So just kind of take things slow, okay? Don't try not to let it get to you too much. Like I said, just show them that, and make sure they show you too that they're not the same person they were a long time ago compared to now. Because I'm pretty sure you said, like you had said, I'm pretty sure you said 11 years ago, right? Like, that's a long time. Yeah, these are a lot of good feels. These are a lot of, just having calm and collected responses to avoid any tension, but knowing they still have feelings underneath it all. But the future holds a lot of like loyalty and slow and steady. Like, think steady wins, like slow and steady wins the race type of energy, if that makes sense. So don't rush anything. Just kind of let it run its course, but also be open to everything that's going on, and make sure you guys are communicating as much as you can, because I know they're very like, you know, calm and collected, like they keep to themselves, but try to break their shell and let them know where there's room for improvement at as far as changing that part. Also, make sure you let them know if there's anything you'd like for them to change, because people can't change something if they don't know it needs to be changed, okay? Like, even if you've expressed that to them, make sure you express it to them again and make sure they're hearing you out. Because now's the time to set like some strong foundations down so that you guys can be better than what you guys were. And I wish you the best of luck, okay? This is a positive reading. Don't look at it as a bad side, okay? Yeah, see, and that's good that they've changed, because that means they care. They care enough to change to begin with. What's up, info? Okay, I see what you're saying. I need to get through this list first, and then I can try to see if I can squeeze you in if my toddler doesn't wake up after that. But I need to try to get through everybody else first. So just pretty much listen to, like, Gypsy will help you out as far as when it comes to anything like that. So JA, go ahead and ask your question and then pick a pile between 1 and 3. Anytime info. Thank you again. And feel free to come back when I do my free readings again. Yeah, JA, you can post now. And then pick a pile between 1 and 3. Okay, JA, go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 30. Honestly, I can already tell if there's Scorpio, this is going to be a little deep. Alright, interesting. So you have the Ace of Wands here. And this card is overall all about like overall, like, it seems like they have a lot of ideas and they kind of see a potential to grow with you, and they look at this connection with you as like a new opportunity that's very beneficial. Because this is a very bold card, which makes sense, especially because you're saying there's Scorpio to begin with. So if you haven't already seen it yourself, expect there to be some, like, if this is a connection, just expect a lot more interest. Like, overall, like, it seems like they're very excited and they're attracted to you. So keep that in mind, because this is like always a sign that things are going to start heating up for you. Yeah, and I see what you mean as far as you say if they're involved with others, because this is like a very flirtatious type of energy. So this is like kind of like, expect a lot of like flirtation because they're definitely attracted to you. But that also seems like, as far as them being involved with a few others, when it comes to their intentions with you, they kind of feel a little bit more emotionally connected to you. So, I mean, that is a kind of brighter side of things, and that's not easy to do, especially with Scorpios, because Scorpios just tend to like, I hate to say it, but honestly, like, because I'm one too, so I kind of understand. Not to say it's okay, but when we're single, we tend to kind of like, Scorpios half the time they go through a lot. Let's just put it like that. And then when they are single, they tend to kind of keep their options open, and so they can kind of nitpick and find the one that's they deem the most fit, if that makes sense. Because we have a lot of emotions, and it seems like with this specific one, they're finding themselves more emotionally connected to you versus the others. Because there's a lot of attraction here, and I can see it. But this is also letting you know there's a lot of excitement and passion, and things are going to start heating up for you just overall in general. So you can expect a little bit more from them, okay? So try not to judge them too quickly, because you guys are all still single at the end of the day, but obviously, it would be better to have like some commitment, but they are feeling more connected to you, so that's a good sign, okay? Yeah, I wish you the best of luck, okay? And try not to take it too personal. But just show them where you stand, but they definitely feel what you're putting down. And I wish you the best of luck, okay? Just remember, Scorpios can be a little difficult. Yeah, thank you for your question. And Rosa, is Rosa here, Gypsy? Oh yeah, they are, okay. Yeah, thanks for your help, Gypsy. I have to use the restroom. I'm pregnant, and honestly, my bladder's starting to get to me. I'm probably going to just go after this live stream's done. Okay, Rosa, go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 26. Yeah, thank you, Rosa. Rosa, go ahead and pick one more card between 1 and 25. Because this first card is a little... You got the 5 of Swords here, and it can mean a couple of things. Yeah, thank you, Carrie. Okay, nice. Okay, that's great. Okay, so let's start with this 5 of Swords. So when it comes to this 5 of Swords, so first you have the 5 of Swords, but then to follow that, you have the Knight of Swords. So the 5 of Swords can be a little scary. That's why I wanted to pull another card, but the Knight of Swords is great to end with. So I can see, so because from the start, it seems like, I'm not sure if this, if you're saying Jay, okay, so Jay, I'm not sure if Jay is the type of person that's kind of the one that wants to be right all the time, but that's typically what this card kind of leans towards. But it also, I can see the tension or like the overall conflict or arguments that kind of put you guys in this, not in this situation, but kind of in this situation, I guess you could say, where they're now understanding they need to put more effort into the two of you guys. So first of all, this is kind of letting you know that they're definitely, they're not going to let their ego get the best of them anymore. It seems like they've came to this understanding of what needs to be adjusted and what needs to be fixed to make things better. Because with this next card, you have the Knight of Swords, and that's a great card, especially when it comes to, you know, having issues to begin with. Okay, see, and then that's even better if you're saying it's like a communication problem. Because when it comes from whatever, like I said, whatever issues or conflicts there were between the two of you, they've come to this understanding of knowing what needs to change. Because with the next card you pulled, this is like a great card because it's all about pretty much taking action, understanding what needs to be done, and like the best way to put it is like this is very like determined and ambitious energy, letting you know like this is pretty much a sign that they're letting you know they're focused and they're really going to be direct with this approach. So especially if you're saying this is a communication thing, they've came to this conclusion where they understand where there's room for fixing, and they're determined to make it work with you and fix what needs to be fixed, which is the communication. So you can expect them to definitely to start, like, they took what you said pretty much, and they're making quick decisions and they're ready to take action. So this is kind of like letting you know that they're definitely going to be, they're determined to work on this communication between the two of you because they don't want to lose you. And it's kind of like, just keep that in mind, but also keep in mind that they're kind of like mustering up the courage to get to where, like, because it seems like they may not have been that good at communication to begin with, but they know that it needs to be fixed, and they're determined to fix it, but they also have to kind of like muster up some courage. And while they fix it, don't be surprised if, yeah, see, and that makes sense if you're saying it's a wake-up call. Just don't be surprised too if there's anything they may try to ask a little bit out of you, but it's all about giving and receiving for relationships to work out, you know? So the fact that they're listening, like they're receiving and they're willing to give, that's a great sign. Because I can see how determined they are to make this work. So don't let it deter you at all, okay? Because they're definitely determined to take action, because this is like quick action taking card. It's like there's no time to lose type of energy, if that makes sense. Like they're ready to get things done and make big moves when it comes to you guys, okay? So really trust them on this, because they're ready to, like you said, like it's a wake up call. Like they're ready to wake up and face the issues and fix them. So I wish you the best of luck, okay? Yeah, I'm glad it does, Rosa. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Anytime, Rosa. Thank you again. Okay, Carrie, go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3, and let's figure out what's going on. Thank you, Rosa. You too. Okay, Carrie, pick a card between 1 and 22. Okay. Interesting. So it seems like with the card you picked the 8 of Swords. So as far as like the yes or no side of it, this is a no. Because it seems like it's kind of like they know that if they do, there's going to be a lot of like bad fortune and obstacles that come their way if they do. So they're kind of like they're losing more than winning by doing that. So, and it also seems like there's really nothing they're going to benefit out of doing it. They would just feel like restricted and just overall like powerless. Because like they have like these head, it's like I don't know if they're throwing it at your face like they're going to, but this card is like major like hesitation type of energy, if that makes sense. Then that's why it leads. Then that's why it leans more towards a no. It's like, because it seems like their thoughts and their beliefs aren't serving them, and regardless of how they're feeling, they may be feeling like a little kind of like they feel like they're backed into this corner where they feel like that's the right thing to do, but they also understand that it's definitely not the right thing to do and it's not going to benefit anybody. Because they it's kind of like they understand they're going to lose more than they're going to gain if they do decide to do that. Yeah, because I can see this. It's kind of like they're trying to get you where it hurts, if that makes sense. Okay, so try not to take it too seriously, because it just seems like they're using that to kind of like trap you, if that makes sense. Like they're victimizing you, if that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, anytime, Carrie. Yeah, I wish you the best of luck with that situation, but like I said, they're very hesitant about doing it. Like they understand they have a lot more to lose. Yeah, Momo, go ahead and post your question and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Okay, pile 2, and then you'll be last, Alicia. Okay, Momo, go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 24. Okay. Okay, so this is a pretty good card to get, especially when it comes to just relationships in general. It seems like you picked the Ace of Pentacles. And this is like the best way to explain this is how I explained it earlier. Like I'm not saying that they're like this is more kind of it seems like right now they're kind of focused on taking care of their personal life before they get into any types of relationships. So that's why I'm not really seeing anybody else in their life right now. So there's definitely a possibility for the two of you to come back together. But just know that this is kind of letting you know that if you guys do come back together, it's kind of like replanting a seed that you planted that didn't grow properly or, reach its maximum potential, if that makes sense. So if you want this to work out, it can prove to be a very steady and like abundant, just loving type of relationship that's very like loyal and long lasting. But look at it the way I'm saying it too. Replant this seed and make sure it's taken care of and nourished and, just overall given the attention that it needs to churn in to what its full potential is to be, like if that makes sense. And as long as you can do that, you got to set the foundation for it to grow and to become into something that you want it to be. It's like I said, like it's planting a seed, like whether it's a flower or like a fruit or a vegetable, as long as you take care of it from the start, you're going to see it reach its maximum potential. And that's the best way to explain this, because as long as you can do that with this connection, it's it has that potential to be the best that it can be, but it also needs to be taken care of to get there, if that makes sense. Yeah, definitely with this card, this is very like learning to thrive type of energy and being able to put like a lot into the relationship, like give a lot and also receive a lot to put it back into it. So I can definitely see them recovering emotionally. But like I said, it also seems like right now they're taking care of their practical life as well, not just like they're not really, not to say they're not focused on relationships right now, but it seems like right now they're worrying, like kind of going through some self care, if that makes sense. because that's going to kind of set the foundation and remind them of what they're looking for, so that way when they're ready for love, they can fully give it the attention that a seed needs to make it flourish. Typically with this card, it could kind of lean towards like any time from now to like the winter time. So like I said, try not to take it too personal, but they are focusing on self-care right now first. You know, sometimes it's better to focus on yourself before you get into anything seriously, so that way you can give it your all when you're ready. So kind of like, you know, expect the unexpected type of thing, if that makes sense. But don't be afraid to, you know, make contact and have communication in place, okay? Yeah, anytime, Momo. Thank you for your question and for being patient. Okay, and then last is going to be Alicia. And then just so anybody who's in here knows right away, I'm going to keep doing free readings pretty continuous until like June. Once it reaches June, I'm going to be giving birth to like my second child, so I might my free readings might be a little bit more like I'll still post about them and let you guys know, but it might not be every week. It might be more like every other week, or if it is every week, there may not be 2 readings a week, if that makes sense. So I'm trying to like do as much as I can now. That's why I'm doing like 2 readings a week right now, but I'm just saying, you know, once it gets to June, they might taper off to like 1 time a week, if that makes sense. Yeah, thanks. I'm excited too. It's definitely a lot easier than my first was. With my first, I was throwing up like every single day. With this one, I can't even tell that I am. They only remind me with the like consistency of me having to go to the bathroom. Yeah, this one's a boy. So my oldest is a girl, and she's turning 3, literally like the week before I'm due, and then I'll be giving birth like the following week. Like my due date's June 16th, and then I'm having a boy. Okay, Alicia, I already shuffled. You can go ahead and re-ask your question and then pick a pile between 1 and 3. Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Alicia. Okay, pile 2. Okay, Alicia, now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 23. Okay, interesting. This is a pretty good card, though, honestly. So it seems like the card you picked is the Wheel of Fortune. And this card, every time I see this card, it's like the clearest thing it ever has to say is to be optimistic and have faith that the universe is going to take care of what you're asking for and just overall your situation in the best way possible that they deem is that they deem for you, if that makes sense. So this is like a very lucky card. So especially when it comes to a yes or no side, this leans more towards a yes, because this is always like I said, this is like usually like when you think about it, you know, the Wheel of Fortune, like even when it goes to like, you know, the best way I look at it is like the lottery type situation. It's a very like lucky indicator, if that makes sense. So as long as the cards are played right, there's definitely like, you know, you can expect the unexpected, if that makes sense. Yeah, you can go ahead and pick one last card, and then after that, I'm going to end the stream because I have to go to the bathroom. Okay, go ahead and pick one more between 1 and 23. But like I said, with that first one, it's really like, it's a great signifier that great changes are going to happen for this relationship in general. Okay, and then you have the Queen of Cups here. So this card is all about being in tune with one's emotions, but they may not be very expressive. Because, like, this is, like, very nurturing type of energy and, like, just overall being very caring and compassionate about everything. So kind of keep that in mind, but... So, like, if they don't really sit here and tell you how they're feeling that often, try not to take it too seriously or too personal. Because, believe it or not, there's a lot of emotions beneath it all. And this is just overall letting you know that this relationship, yeah, their feelings are definitely good for you. And as far as when, it seems like with this card, that means within the month. So if you're saying, if you have like a expected time frame, or if you expect them to come back, this is kind of just going to show off the other card that it's most likely going to happen, especially when you pair it with the Wheel of Fortune. And they're also looking to deepen this connection. Yeah, man, oh man, if you donate, I can take your question before I end the stream. But like I said, Alicia, but as far as this question goes, they may kind of draw some boundaries just because, like, the best way to put it is try to avoid being too clingy or dependent on them. Because if you do, they may kind of put up a wall and kind of set some boundaries, okay? But I am seeing you guys meeting within the month, and if you're saying, like, you're trying, and like I told you from the beginning, the Wheel of Fortune is like a clear yes card. It's like a very lucky card. So if the cards are played right, I can see they want to meet you to begin with. Okay, I'll put it in the, I'll put it right here right now. Okay, man, oh man, it's right there in the chat. As far as anything else, Alicia, all I can see is that just try not to be too clingy or too pushy with anything. And it seems like they're looking to deepen the relationship with you, but like don't take that for granted either, okay? Okay, anytime, Alicia, and thank you for your question. Okay, Jessica, I got that. Okay, so then you're going to be the last person I take, Jessica. I already shuffled. You can go ahead and ask your question and then pick a pile between 1 and 3. Yeah, it's okay. And then just so you know, I do free readings every week, pretty much. Like I typically do them between Friday and the weekend, but sometimes I'll fit in like spontaneous readings like today. So, you know, feel free to come back during then. I just make people be subscribed, and I have the time limit on there so that for people that really are subscribed, you know, they can have a chance to actually get their question in before it gets bombarded by people that just join. Okay, pile 3. Now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 25 so we can figure out what's going on. Okay, nice. So this is a great card. Okay, so it seems like for the cards you picked, you have the World card. And when it comes to this card, this is all about having faith and being optimistic that the universe is working in your favor to pretty much help you out, if that makes sense. So as long as you've been putting in the effort and you kind of have been like pretty much like as long as you give this professor a reason to help you and to give you the points, it's going to happen, because this is a definite yes, but as long as you've done, you know, the work behind it, if that makes sense. Because it's all about pretty much like satisfaction, achievement, and overall like you know, just kind of like feeling complete and getting out of this worrying feelings and worrying energy, if that makes sense. So as long as you can sit there and just be honest with them. Yeah, like just be honest with them as far as communicating when it comes to helping you, and like be honest with them when it comes to why you failed to begin with. Yeah, like that's what I'm trying to say. Like as long as you can be honest with them and approach it, you know, with full honesty, and let them know where you're coming from, if there's any other underlying factors that happen to cause that, it seems like they may be willing to work with you. If they're not, if they don't give you points, it seems like they may be willing to work with you or help you out in some type of way, because I can see that this kind of letting you know like the world is on your shoulders, if that makes sense. This card is a very successful card, and it's like as long as you can sit here and, you know, don't just present this, like you need to come to the situation and, like I said, present it with full honesty and approach it with full honesty. Okay. Yeah, like I said, it seems like once you can do this with them, you're going to feel like a sense of belonging and a wholeness. So right now, it's not that they don't like you. They like you as a person, but they also don't know you, if that makes sense. So, you know, like I said, don't be afraid to share with them so that they can get an idea of who you really are beneath it all, because as of right now, it doesn't seem like they have a sense of who you completely are. They're kind of just seeing you as one of their students. But if you can sit here and just, now's the time to talk to them if you haven't already, if that makes sense. Because it seems like you may not, you know, you may be going through some stuff, whether you studied or not, you know, and overall, they don't really know you as much as you would like them to. Not to be, not like in a creepy way, but, you know, you can't help somebody that you know needs help, if that makes sense. Yeah, see, and if they want to see you on Thursday, that's probably because they want to know what's going on beneath it all. So just be honest with them, okay? Try not to take it too personal. But if, you know, if you've been doing this repeatedly as far as the feeling part, that might also be why they want see you in general, because it seems like they want to get an idea and a sense of who you are as a person and what's going on. So don't take it too seriously. Just let them know who you are as a person, all right? And like I said, make sure you approach the situation with honesty, because if you don't, it's not going to work in your favor. Does that make sense? Yeah, anytime. Like I said, try not to think so negatively about it, because at the end of the day, you know who you are as a person, and just make sure you tell them that. And if this is a situation, and you know, even if you have had some reoccurrences of failing tests or whatever the case may be, let them know and try to come up with a plan with them to get out of failing at all, because it seems like they may, like I told you, they want to work with you and they want to get an idea of who you are, because it doesn't benefit anybody if you're failing. Like not just them, but they obviously care, because that means there's something they're doing that's not connecting with you to, you know, be able to pass either, you know. So like I said, just make sure you approach it with full honesty, okay? And I wish you the best of luck. And I hope you have a good rest of your day, okay? Yeah, anytime. Thank you for your question. Okay, and if there's anybody here, just so you guys know, I'll be back. I'll be back most likely Friday morning, if not the weekend. I schedule my readings ahead of time. So just make sure you're subscribed so you don't have to avoid waiting if you want to get another free reading then. And thank you guys, and I hope all of you guys have a good rest of your day.